after 21 days, this escalates. It's been more than 21 days since the stop work order. My inspection occurred, I believe, February 12th. So we're totally in the dark about what our status is. And the only way we ever find out is if we actually physically show up in person in the office. I haven't even received a copy of my inspection report. I've asked twice in person. The first time I was told, oh, wait later in the day, an intern will send out the email. Then when we visited a week and a half or 2 weeks later, we were told, oh, well, the report hasn't yet been authorized. I'm still waiting for our inspection report. And my unit is marked as condemned.
Will you leave your name and your email address with Mr. Hayden? And we'll request that your order follow through. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
And I'll say all the cap floors.
Yeah. So next is James Blau, and then following that will be Amanda Weiris.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening. James Blau. I live at 284 Orange Street, and I live in the apartment right below Alexander's. On February 1st, a burst pipe flooded both of our apartments, the bathrooms specifically, and destroyed them. Since then, the landlord has failed to repair them, failed to offer us relocation assistance, but more to the point, for this hearing, we have had trouble getting help from LCI as well. So I would like to state my support for the proposal to hire more staff, and in particular, a lawyer for LCI. But more staff in general. I understand there's an administrative position also in the proposal. And I think that would be welcome because as other people have noted, it's hard to get them on the phone. Alex and I had to go twice in person to LCI in order to get any kind of information, and not all the information was correct. At one point, we were told that the city does not offer relocations to anyone except people displaced by fire. And so our situation was not in their purview. They eventually reversed that and offered us relocation assistance, which is appreciated, but it took a long time to get to that. It took knocking on many doors in City Hall and sending emails to a lot of different people before LCI did what I believe is their proper role here, which is to provide accurate information about things like relocation assistance and enforcement, and to assist tenants in situations like ours with these issues. And I feel that if there was, I understand there's need for inspectors as well, so I support that too, but an additional staff member, hopefully a very well-trained staff member, and also a lawyer would be appreciated. And I would, it would be also useful if there were more communication within City Hall, because as we've gone around to different offices, we found that they don't necessarily talk to each other. So communication between LCI and Fair Rent Commission and the Buildings Department, all of that would be appreciated, especially since we're dealing with the tenants union, which we formed, the 5th tenants union here in New Haven. So we would appreciate upgrading LCI's professionalism and capabilities by approving this budget request.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
All right, thank you.
Amanda Weiris is next, followed by Antoinette Humes. Amanda is coming. Let me just say while she comes forward that those of you who are interested in Parks, you came on the right evening, because Parks will be giving their budget workshop this evening after the public portion. And then those of you who are testifying about LCI is scheduled to be before this committee for its public budget presentation on April 11th. So you may wish to come back. You won't be able to testify in that particular meeting, but you'll be able to hear what the staff have to say. Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name's Amanda Weiris. I live at 99 Ramsdale Street in New Haven, Connecticut. I live in Ward 27, and I work at Co-op High School. I'm here to testify today to support Dr. Negron's budget because our schools are grossly underfunded and have been for a while. As a teacher at Co-op for 14 years, it's constantly a struggle to get the classroom supplies that we need. We recently have noticed that our students are more dysregulated than they usually are, and that the support staff that we have on hand, while they're really great, they're overtaxed, and we don't have enough of them to provide the services that our students need. Just the other day, I had a student who was worried that when she went home, she might not, be allowed to stay. She might get kicked out of her house, and I took her to guidance, and there was no one who was available to talk to her. And so her and I strategized, and eventually someone did, but it was really close to the end of the school day. She was facing possibly going home without anybody to help her and support her. Because as a teacher, I'm not trained in that. I'm not a social worker or, a guidance counselor. I don't have access to that knowledge base and those services. And we run into the same thing in my classroom. I'm a science teacher, and I'm constantly trying to run labs with not enough stuff, not enough goggles and glassware. Kids who are dysregulated break stuff more often. The equipment is expensive and it's fragile. And our building is 14 years old. It's a beautiful building. It's in a lovely location. We do a lot with the spaces that we have. We have some wonderful art spaces, a lovely gallery. But we also have sinks that are broken, and we have outlets that need fixing, and we have, floors that when they get waxed, the outlets get full of wax, and then they short out, and then they don't work. Our circuits are broken. So we're in needs of repair. We're in needs of supplies. We're in needs of things that help our students do the wonderful learning activities that we had when we were in science classes that create a sense of wonder and curiosity. Those are the things. Thank you. Those are the things that let science teachers move mountains academically. Those are the things that our students really deserve. Those are the things that we're missing. We have been down a science teacher since August. I have students who are seniors in an elective class that I encourage them to take because I saw a spark in them. They want to do a STEM career. And they've been sitting there with someone who comes in, takes attendance, and then plays on their phone and doesn't teach them science. It's just a sub that we pay on a daily basis. And that weighs on me, and it hurts their future. So I would really like for you to support Dr. Negron's budget, because we as adults need to do the right thing for our students. We need to make decisions that set our kids up for success. And I'm tired of talking to people who can't fix that problem, who can't change the funding. That's why I'm here talking to you, because you can. You can fix the funding problem for New Haven schools. So please take Dr. Negron's proposal seriously. She's trying to do her best. Thank you.
Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Antoinette Humes, followed by Frank Cochran. And let me just note for the record that the Board of Education is scheduled to come before this committee on April 11th. That will be quite an evening. That will be, for sure. Name and address to the record.
My name is Antoinette Humes. I live at 50 Lawrence Street, and good afternoon to you all.
Thank you.
I'm not even sure where to begin because I've never had a peace of mind renting in New Haven. Basically, everywhere I lived, I've had serious maintenance and health and safety issues. I've moved to my current place in search of safety and a better quality of life for my kids. I went to school in East Rock and long dreamed of returning. However, my dream of returning has become something of a nightmare. For several months last year, the upstairs neighbor's toilet overflowed sewage water into my bathroom, in addition causing mold, and was very unsanitary for me and my kids. Recently, like right now, the ceiling in the kitchen began leaking until a hole appeared with water leaking out of it. As I cook and wash my dishes, I have to put a pail inside of the sink. If I told you all the issues I've had, we would be here all night. From bugs, and from people expose themselves in the hallway. It is offensive to me when I hear people like Senator Sampson say, if I don't like it, why don't I just move? They clearly have no idea what renters are dealing with. I've been working here and paying taxes since I was 15 years old here in New Haven. And incidents like this have followed me everywhere I moved. When I was living in Valley Street, townhouses, I had such a sewage backup that it was feces. I woke up to feces in my downstairs floor. It was so bad that the fire department had to come and stop it because the maintenance of housing could not do it. It also made the news. I not only lost furnishings, but I also lost sentimental items like my photos of my mother, who's no longer here. I never was reimbursed for anything. Nothing was ever done. No one was held accountable. If I don't pay my rent, there are consequences. But if landlords don't fix something, tenants still have to pay the rent. In fact, in many cases,
1 minute.
they raise the rent and still don't make repairs. We can't keep living like this. We need automatic inspections and real code enforcements for all units. If Yale and the hospital didn't take such a huge tax breaks, then we could use more of our resources to make sure New Haven and safe, affordable, make New Haven a safe and affordable city for all of us. And thank you for hearing me.
Before you go, let me just thank you on behalf of the committee. It takes a lot of guts to share such sensitive and personal information with us. It's not acceptable that you or any New Haven resident would have to live in those kinds of squalid conditions. So thank you for coming and speaking with us. Thank you for your endurance. And any questions from colleagues? Seeing none.
Thank you all.
Thank you. Frank Cochran, followed by Abby Roth. Name and address for the record, please.
Frank Cochran, 433 Edgewood Avenue. I've been a New Haven resident for, I think, 57 of my 80 years. So I'm not a native, but I am older than a whole lot of people. And in the 10 years or so since I retired from practicing law, incidentally, and I was initially employed by the New Haven Legal Assistance Association, which has been before you. And so I actually want to express support for one of the things that I was not aware was in the budget because I wasn't looking at that part of it, and that is a corporation counsel position to handle a variety of housing issues. Obviously, you've got a lot of them here. There are a lot of things that position could do. I don't envy the person who ends up in it. But I'm here this evening to talk about parks. I submitted some testimony online earlier, but it was after 2 o'clock. I will leave another copy here when I'm done. But I want to say, basically, don't cut the parks budget, even if you don't like some of the proposals for new positions. And I want to say, because it's at all levels that we haven't been supporting the parks adequately. And that's gone on for a very, very long time. I remember coming in, I believe it was last year, but maybe it was the year before, and pointing out that mayors traditionally called for relatively small budgets for parks, and they kept getting smaller. The workforce kept getting smaller over a period of about 30 years. And the reason was that it was one of the positions, or one of the places where they felt they could cut money and needed to. And there was no other reason for that, but it lived that way. So don't revert to that. That changed with Mayor Elicker. I'm glad to see that he's got it here. Basically, those services which benefit everybody should be the beneficiaries of the increase in our available taxable property, which has occurred over the past several years. Our population is up, our grand list is up. Start giving some of the benefits of that to the departments that really most need it, and Parks is definitely one of those. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Cochran.
After Ms. Roth, we'll have George Long. I understand that people agree with the statements of some of these folks, but we'll get through this evening a little bit faster if we could keep our clapping to the end. Name and address for the record, please.
Abby Roth, 42 Lincoln Street. And I first just want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to vote tonight. I know you have a lot of long nights during budget season. I'm testifying in strong support of the budget items to operationalize red light and speed cameras, thereby improving traffic safety in our city. I know this puts the cart before the horse a little bit because you all separately will be voting on authorizing cameras, and I'll wait till those hearings to speak detail on them. But I do want to thank Representative Roland Lamar for helping to lead the effort to thoughtfully craft the state legislation to ensure it would be implemented equitably in cities and towns. The driving behavior in our city is unacceptably dangerous, and as the Board of Alders has expressed through support of Safe Routes for All and other measures, needs to improve. Anyone who spends any time in New Haven observes vehicles routinely speeding on roads across the city and frequently running red lights. People visiting the city comment on the lawlessness. A few years ago, I stood at the corner of York Street and South Frontage Avenue, right across from the New Haven Hospital, from where I see Alder Hurt often, from 8 to 9 a.m. over the course of 3 weekdays. Many pedestrians, including patients, crossed at this intersection. 156 vehicles ran red lights over the 3 hours I observed traffic. That's not acceptable. And unfortunately, the driving behavior hasn't changed. This driving behavior has tragic consequences. Since 2019, 50 drivers and passengers have been killed in crashes in New Haven. In that same period, 40 pedestrians have been killed in the city and 4 people riding bikes. That's more than 18 people a year. We can't let this continue. Something has to change. We don't have the police resources for the consistent traffic enforcement needed to change behavior. Plus, in-person enforcement can create risks of bias and escalation. Automated enforcement is proven to change behavior and reduce serious crashes. In New York City, for example, 81% of people who received a speeding ticket from a camera didn't get a second one, and speeding was reduced by over 60%. I appreciate that making budget decisions is really hard. A lot of people tonight have spoken about really important issues. The benefit of supporting the funding for the cameras is that it essentially pays for itself. With the projected revenue from the cameras of $700,000 for the budget year ahead, the cost is just about $50,000. The state legislature thoughtfully crafted the camera legislation so that the ticket money has to go towards the camera program and/or traffic safety infrastructure improvements, which also will make our streets safer over time. One suggestion were to find the $50,000 to offset the projected costs from the healthcare and pension task forces, each budgeted for $25,000, since neither have had to spend any funds since they were implemented. Thank you for considering my testimony. Support for funding operationalizing the cameras will save lives, reduce injuries, and improve the quality of life in our city by reducing the amount of reckless driving we see every day. Thank you.
Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
George Long, followed by Jewel McKeever. What? As it turns out, April 11th also will include the workshop on transportation, traffic, and parking. And I'm sure they'll discuss the budgetary components of this automated traffic enforcement proposal. Name and address for the record.
Good evening, George Long, live on 300 New Hall Street in Haven, Connecticut. I'm here with the Parks Department, and I'm here with my colleagues said.
Maybe we'll just swing that closer to you. Thank you so much.
No equipment. My job is, I'm a floater, so I get a call and go help these guys get it. And mainly baseball fields. No equipment, the big machines down, and it's so many small machines, so they're on different parts of the town. So a 2-man crew doing a baseball field doesn't work. We don't have equipment to drag the field, put the lines down. Equipment is outdated. And 2 men to do a field, it's like a 8-hour job. And after we finish, the field doesn't even look like it's done. And we put in 8 hours trying to make it right, and we can't get it right because of the equipment. We need equipment and we need more hands on deck. 2 men on a baseball field is a job. And then you find out you gotta do a baseball field the day of the game. Now you gotta rush, and it doesn't get done properly. Now, when the kids come out, they might as well go in the woods and play baseball. That's what it looks like, because we can't get it done. And it's not fair to them, and it's not fair to us. And then they look at us like we're not doing our job. So I just hope they can get us some equipment, more hands on deck, so we can get these fields right this summer for the kids. Thank you.
Before you leave, sir, let me just thank you and your colleagues. It's clear that you care about doing a good job and providing good service to our residents. So we're grateful for your service. Is there questions from colleagues? I see Alder Honda Smith and then Alder Justin.
Thank you. Mr. Long, what do you use now to drag a field?
It's a chain, it's like a net, but it's made out of chain. Sometimes the machine that we have, you hook it onto the back and you go around the field. But when that's down, you got to do it by hand. And if you can't do it by hand, the field is, then you got holes in the field with the water, and then you got to get the water out. It's not fair to them.
What are you using by hand, right?
Yes.
What are you using to mark the fields?
They have this roller thing where you put, the powder in and you roll it.
Thank you.
And it doesn't, I mean, you want that line to be straight, from base to base, and it's hard.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Smith, Alder Festa, and then Alder Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony, Mr. Long. Baseball season is upon us, and in a couple of weeks, we'll hopefully see our athletes, our school kids playing out in the fields. Are they going to be ready for these kids to safely play on the fields?
Honestly, it's possible, but it's like flipping a coin.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Alder Hurt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank Parks and Rec for their courage to come out here tonight. And when we're going to be hearing from Parks and Rec, are you all struggling to do your job? I hear the testimony, but are you really struggling with the manpower?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Alder Hurt. Further questions? Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Long, for your testimony. Just a really quick question. I know we're going to be hearing from the department after, but I don't understand how all this equipment is broke.
It's outdated.
Outdated. So I'm just wondering, what is your staff being told? It's not in the budget. Parts are on the way. So what are you being told?
I don't have the money.
Don't have the money. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Seeing no further questions, thank you, sir, for your
Thank
testimony.
you.
Jewel McKeever White, followed by David Belowski.
Hello, everyone.
Good evening.
I'm grateful to have this opportunity to speak before you all. I wanted to speak about.
Name and address for the record.
I should follow the rules. My name is Jewel McKeever. I live at 57 Whaley Avenue in New Haven.
Thank you.
I wanted to speak about affordable housing and investments in LCI and the initiatives that the board is taking for good jobs for residents of the city. I also believe that tax breaks for Yale University is a big issue for our citizens, because if large corporations like Yale do not pay their fair share, then either the residents don't get services because we don't get tax money, or we may have to pay higher taxes that a company like the university doesn't pay. I live on a single income. I have one adult son that lives with me. I don't get any assistance. I pay everything out of my pocket. I pay healthcare, I pay everything out of my pocket. So I think that if I have to pay my fair share towards taxes and healthcare and things like that, that the university should contribute their fair share. Also, I pay taxes on my vehicles. I pay anything that I'm supposed to pay. I don't think it's fair that residents have to take up the burden of a large corporation that gets billion-dollar endowments given to them, and that isn't passed on to the citizens. So I would like that to be a priority for the alders and push more, even if they paid a small, higher percentage in taxes, I think it would help the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you so much. David Belowski, followed by Leslie Cohen.
Thank you very much.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm David Belowski. I live at 34 Oliver Road. I want to applaud your efforts and your time that you put in. I've been on the Parks Board since 1993. This is the worst I've ever seen it. The staff is demoralized. When I started, there was 116 employees. Now there's 40 employees. There are 165 parks. It is impossible to operate with such a small staff. This did not happen overnight. The past 8 or 9 years, the parks budget has been decimated and been cut. The parks need to be a place and a space for the citizens of New Haven to come, relax, meditate, and bring their children to play. Now more than ever, the park should be clean and safe. With the amount of mental health issues, it gives a little respite to the daily lives that are in turmoil. We need to double the staff and purchase more equipment, more grass mowers, more leaf blowers, etc. The parks budget needs to be overfunded now and in the future. The Board of Alders had their stipend doubled, and the parks budget needs to be doubled. Thank you very much.
Questions from colleagues? Seeing none. Have a good evening. Leslie Cohen, followed by Harmony Cruz Bustamante. Good evening. Name and address for the record.
My name is Leslie Cohen. I'm a teacher at Ross Woodward School, longtime resident of New Haven. My dad here, I used to ride my bike to my aunt and uncle's stores downtown. I am completely committed to New Haven, and I know that there's so much need. Investing in the kids is an investment in our entire community in so many ways. And I know that everybody doesn't have a kid, but there's spillover. It's like the if we want to change society, you have to start at the bottom and build it up. And there's so much possibility in our kids. And when you go into a school and you see that there are bathrooms that had to be closed because there was backup or something mysterious, honestly, I'm not even sure. Because there's, I believe, one plumber that goes to all of our schools. When I was teaching science last year, and there was, I think, one also carpenter. So the cabinets in my science room, some wouldn't close, some couldn't be unlocked, but it was on the list. It's on, I think it's still on the list. I had to meet, I was 6'7" science this year, I'm 4th, all subjects, because they needed a 4th grade teacher. So all this year, those kids have not, thank you, those kids have not had science. The assistant principal has given them stuff as she could. She corrects it. As you can imagine, that's not her only job. She wears many hats, as we all do. There needs to be more people in the schools. I'm so thankful for all the mental health support that we get. There is, as somebody said, so much more dysregulation in the school. It's amazing to me. And we as teachers and staff do what we can. There's a lunch lady that sits with 2 kids and loves it. That's, as you also can see, not her job. But we all pitch in. We all do what we can. We need more, and I know there's so much need. But we're doing as much as we can.
Thank you so much. I definitely hear your passion for the work that you're doing. Are there questions from colleagues? Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Chair. What is your school name?
Ross Woodward.
Thank you, ma'am.
And just, there's a technical term that you and another teacher use, which is dysregulate.
Oh, yes.
And I think it means not being able to control the behavior. Is that what that means?
It's your own, yes, it's that you're able to manage your emotions, really.
Right.
And the schools are trying to educate and support and give resources to those individuals.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your time.
Harmony Cruz Bustamante, and then Rose Chatterton. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hello, my name is Harmony. I'm registered to vote as Dave Cruz Bustamante, and I live on 121 Chapel Street. I am the Senior Board of Education Student Representative. In the summer, I got a scholarship, and so I had the privilege of attending Yale University. I got to get 2 courses. I was able to sleep, study, and eat at Yale for 5 weeks for free. And it was great. It was a very strange experience being in a place where that power literally grows up. It was strange being in a place where I actually felt supported and carried, where I could dedicate myself to every single minute of delicious study because I was being fed, I was safe, and the people around me were also being supported. And it was strange because I and my peers are not used to it. In one of the classes that I took, we discussed how public schools with majority working class, students of color, and oppressed students are systematically gutted, divested from, and abandoned. And this instructor, one of my best teachers so far, went on in detail to list the various ways in which students and these schools are thrown away, regulated, controlled, manipulated, punished, deceived, disciplined, and gaslit. And how common it is for the students in these schools to be treated less than, maybe not in words, but in money. And how common it was to see these students as passive, movable objects suitable for cheap labor in the future. And I remember holding back tears, and I was trying to compose myself in this seminar room, which was beautifully decorated with stained glass and beautiful sculptures and mahogany chairs and tables. And I felt dizzy with rage and sorrow because I knew that once those 5 weeks were over, I would be banished back to the racially segregated and impoverished ghettos of New Haven. And me, my sisters, my friends, and every single one of my peers don't deserve that. My peers, my sister, every single one of my friends and my peers deserve to have something like Yale at our schools. And I know that'll take a long journey to get to. So today I ask two things. Don't be an enemy. Don't be an additional obstacle, an additional target of our rage and disappointment. And I ask that you fully fund the superintendent's proposed budget, which is just to keep the lights on. And please remember that we deserve more than keeping the lights on. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. Rose Chatterton and Terry Hampton. Whichever seat in mic you wish.
Hello. My
Name and address for them.
My name is Rose Chatterton. I live at 39 Beecher Place, and I'm one of 5 humane commissioners here on behalf of the commission to make a statement regarding monies to the Robin I. Krugman New Haven Animal Shelter under 201 Police Services. According to the New Haven Code of Ordinances, the Humane Commission has the power to adopt such rules and regulations as in its judgment is required for the operation of the animal shelter and related activities and for the proper care and treatment of the animals within the city limits. We are effectively the voice for these animals.
Could you move the mic just a little bit closer? Or move yourself closer to the mic? Thank
Is
you.
this better?
That's
I felt like I was shouting. We're effectively the voice for these animals and here to make a plea for the mayor's budget under 2,000 animal shelter, 50110 salaries, 56694 other contractual services. The New Haven Animal Shelter is the second largest municipal animal shelter in the state of Connecticut. In 2023, the animal shelter had negative press in both news, online, and our local network. The State Department of Agriculture investigation report on an animal cruelty complaint filed in the beginning of 2023 revealed the shelter failed inspection on both physical requirements, heat and ventilation, among other issues. The good news is, with shelters receiving funding and donations, they will remedy these issues once the renovation happens. However, the other issue was short staffing. Inadequate staffing means there are less people at the shelter taking care of the animals. It means that there are not enough people to feed, sanitize, and enrich the animals at the shelter. And you probably wonder why enrichment is important. If animals are not enriched, they develop kennel stress, and they're more likely to develop and display aggressive behaviors towards the already stretched staff tasked with caring for these animals. It means that animals will be euthanized. And it also means that the staff is at an increased and unnecessary risk of being injured on the job. Anyone who has worked in an understaffed job knows how it contributes to a poor working environment, which leads to staff turnover, which in turn perpetuates the problem of understaffing.
1 minute.
Thank you. To have adequate staffing, funding is necessary. In last year's budget, the mayor had $328,000 for salaries. The Board of Alder's allocation was $271,000, and that difference of $57,000 equaled reduced staffing. This year, the mayor has allocated less money towards salaries than the prior year, but it's still $9,496 more than the 2024 BoA allocation. We are asking the board not to remove this $9,496 allocation towards salaries and not take money away from 56694 other contractual services. In closing, underfunding is understaffing, which affects the people who work there, which in turn affects the animals, and we're speaking for them all. Thank you for holding these public hearings and listening to this testimony on the mayor's budget for fiscal year 2024-25.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? We thank you for your very specific testimony. Terry Hampton, followed by Elias Esteban. Good evening. Name and
Good
address for the
evening. My
record.
name is Terry Hampton, and I am a parent, a resident, and a teacher here in the great city of New Haven. I have taught Mr. Punzo's granddaughter and Ms. Smith's son. I am here requesting that you support Superintendent Negrone's proposal for our budget this year. There's a reason that our children there's no reason that our children should be deprived of an excellent education as our wealthy elite counterparts in the suburbs. Our schools are currently negatively impacted by staffing shortages, overcrowded classrooms, especially in the lower grades, K2. I am currently a kindergarten teacher. I have 24 students. Most of them, 75% of them have some type of social, emotional, educational needs. A lot of them have health issues. A lot of them have inadequate housing, food, and I have no para. And I'm expected to have these kids meet the grade level expectancies and meet with success as our suburban counterparts with no assistance. I have suffered this year from the stress. I got alopecia, so I was forced to cut my hair. Also, due to the lack of staffing, our kindergarteners are forced to eat lunch in the classrooms. Shortage of staff with the custodian, children spill stuff. I fell, injured myself. I'm just coming from under the care of physical therapy in this. So, needless to say, it is a hazard to both the staff and a disservice to our students. Paraeducators are leaving because of their low paid salary and overwork. Teachers are experiencing burnouts in high numbers. The overburnout is causing the call out. Therefore, shortages. Our parents are being used to cover these classes and they're not adequate. Therefore, our children are not receiving the education that they deserve. I believe that it's cheaper to educate than to incarcerate.
1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I believe it's cheaper to educate than incarcerate. We must invest in our future in order for them to compete in the global economy. Words echoed by the Whitney Houston and revamp. I believe children are the future. Let us teach them well by providing the resources and environments that they deserve so they can lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for incorporating Whitney Houston in your testimony. That's a great song. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your service to our students. Elias Estabrook, followed by Leora Tressman. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Elias Estabrook, 380 Winthrop Avenue, New Haven. I'm a New Haven Rising member and also have the pleasure of serving on the Affordable Housing Commission here in New Haven. As part of my work in the community, I've knocked on hundreds of doors in almost every neighborhood, and many of the people I talk to raise concerns about housing, whether it's unsafe housing, rising rents, low wages that make it hard to keep up with the cost of housing, a lack of affordable units that they could hope to move to if they need to move from their current place. And generally, there's a fear about being priced out of New Haven. And personally, my partner and I want to buy a home in New Haven. You know, we've put down roots here, and I think too many properties are going to outside investors. So many of the listings that I see really start with something addressed to investors like a great investment opportunity or guaranteed profits. And where I currently rent, we recently had a maintenance issue, a pipe leaking in the basement. And when we noticed the issue, we contacted my landlord who owns just one property. And they responded quickly and a plumber fixed the problem within days. And I think that's reasonable and every landlord should be held to that same standard. And I'm really glad to see what the city is doing. I know there's more work to be done, but like building hundreds of new affordable homes, as well as making efforts in this budget to improve housing code enforcement and support the Fair Rent Commission. And I'm also proud of what you and your colleagues and the mayor and our state delegation and some of our unions in New Haven that we got Yale to increase its voluntary payment and that we have the state increase to pilot funding by over $49 million a year. I think that's a really good start. But the scale of the problem is so massive that even this progress is threatened. And we shouldn't have to choose between keeping residents safely housed or keeping taxes from going up. I think this is a choice where the only winners are Yale and the hospital, who are taking a huge tax break this year. And we need resources to hold mega landlords accountable, preserve and build affordable units, and ensure residents don't get displaced. And I think Yale and the hospital need to step up. They could be investing in local hiring, and they need to provide enough housing for their enrolled students, because I see how student housing is expanding more into our neighborhoods and making the housing market tighter for the rest of everybody. And when thousands of families across our city are struggling, why do the leaders at Yale insist on taking such a large tax break? So I think we need more of that tax money back so that we can fund our priorities, the priorities that this board has worked on: affordable housing, good jobs, youth opportunities, and safe streets. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. Leora Trestman, followed by Rob Rock.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record.
Thank you. My name is Leora Trestman, and I live at 105 Foster Street. I will not do nearly so eloquent job as Ms. Roth did earlier, but I'm speaking here in support of the budget item for Vision Zero and automated traffic enforcement in New Haven. One of the big benefits, as was already stated, is that this is going to be about net zero. It's going to cost about $50,000 in total with the projected revenue from tickets. And then down the road, once the equipment has already, that has been paid for, then the revenue will be able to be reinvested in improving the structure of the streets to make them safer in New Haven. That's obviously a huge benefit. People running red lights that is blatant disregard for the law, and they need to be given a ticket. And even if we could afford to hire 100 more cops to sit at every intersection, that wouldn't be a great use of our police force or the talent of police officers. So having cameras like they use in so many other cities around the world is clearly the right answer. If you go to New York City, they have 150 red light cameras and over 2,500 speeding cameras. Most people don't get another ticket after they get the first. In New Haven, you would get a warning within the first month of a camera being installed. So you would know very well that the camera is there and you wouldn't speed. The goal is not to make money here. The goal is truly to make sure that our streets are safer. This effort has been a long time coming. So many people have advocated for this. If you go around New Haven, you ask anyone, what they think of our streets, they'll say that they're dangerous. So many times you see a kid walking towards the street and their parent, their heart just drops because the street represents the potential for death. And as we heard earlier tonight, it's not just the potential. Lots of people die in our city because the streets are really dangerous. So we can work to address all those things. For what it's worth, most of the people in our city who are killed by cars are older people of color. So this is not,
1 minute.
Sorry. Oh, thank you. In New York City, just another fact from New York is that most of the people who get tickets from the automated enforcement in New York City are people from outside New York City who are visiting the city and driving fast, making their streets dangerous. And we anticipate the same being here in New Haven, where people are coming in and treating our streets with disregard. So let's see if I had anything else in my script that I completely ignored. The only other thing is that, well, there are lots of other things, I suppose, but one of the many things is that the state legislature worked really hard to make sure that there are so many safeguards within this piece of legislation that we can add to. We can make this even safer and better, and we have. I had the privilege of being part of the mayor's working group to work on the automated enforcement project in New Haven, and we worked really hard, thank you, to make this even safer. So thanks so much for considering this budget item.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you for your time. Rob Rock, then Rishab Mittal.
Hi everyone, how you doing? Good evening. Rob Rock, I live at 3 North Bank Street. Thanks for the opportunity to speak with you all this evening. I've been up here many times, often but not always, speaking about traffic safety issues and encouraging you all to confront the epidemic of traffic violence that we all know we have in New Haven and statewide as well. I'm one of these folks who have been advocating for red light and speed light cameras for a long time that Leora referred to. It's at least 10 years. It's probably a lot longer than that. I might not want to admit it. And last year, with the New Haven delegation leading the way, unanimously, I might add, we finally passed automated enforcement enabling legislation. Now it's New Haven's time to step up and implement it and show the state what it can be about. So I fully support the budget positions that are related to the automated enforcement implementation, both personnel and non-personnel costs. Beyond the automated enforcement, there's also positions for, we also have commitments to Vision Zero, zero pedestrian, cyclist, motor vehicle driver fatalities in New Haven, as well as we've all heard about the Safe Routes for All program. Both Vision Zero and Safe Routes for All I've sat here and testified in favor of, I feel like fairly recently. Again, maybe it was longer ago than I realized. But there are positions in the TT&B budget as well for managing those two programs. From the advocate's point of view, we are not meeting the commitments of the projects that we hear all about. And it's clear that management and oversight dedicated to Vision Zero and Safe Routes for All are in our city's best interest. That's all I have to say. I'll be back again when we're just talking about automated enforcement.
We look forward to seeing you. Questions or comments? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thanks, Joe.
Thank you. Rashad Mitong, and then Robert Mignosa. Good evening. Name and address for the record, please.
I'm a resident of 360 State Street, and my name is Rishabh Mittal, and I also work as a transportation planner for a consulting firm in New York. I'm here to speak regarding automated enforcement, traffic enforcement. I'd like to start by addressing the risks of normalizing government surveillance and then talk about traffic safety. Technology is a tool which can be used either for good or for bad. I truly believe the intent of this policy is good. And even after all the checks and balances, I feel there's a risk that this policy might help normalize government surveillance and automated enforcement of law. I'm someone who understands that more policing does not always mean more safety. Then how can I support automated enforcement of law? It is a risky path, and I'm afraid. I think we should tread carefully and should not normalize government surveillance in any form. Secondly, about traffic safety, I would like to highlight that bad road design is largely responsible for bad road behavior. The idea of ticketing people for unlawful behavior like speeding puts the onus of bad behavior only on the individual, but does not consider bad road design. I think a lot of people would agree that good road design would aim to promote compliance with the law rather than making it difficult. There are a lot of easy to implement design features such as narrow car lanes, curb bump outs, bike paths, raised crosswalks, etc., which are the real solutions. Lastly, even if we think automated traffic enforcement is necessary, but a temporary measure, we should implement policies to ensure traffic fines do not become just another source of revenue for the government. Otherwise, there might be incentive for the government to maintain bad road design rather than changing it for the better. If automated enforcement is to be implemented, I would like to suggest 2 ideas to go with it. First, I think one of my peers already said that the money should be kept for improving road design and traffic calming measures, rather than just bundling up the funds in general city fund. Second, I would like to say that who is being fined here?
15 seconds.
If we agree that design informs behavior, the current traffic policy does not seem to reflect that. Rather, it puts all the responsibility on the individual in the spirit that safety is everybody's responsibility.
You may finish your sentence, please.
If the safety is everybody's responsibility, a better way to structure would be to split the fine between three parties: the individual who broke the law, the city department who's designing bad roads, and third, automobile manufacturers who are designing dangerous vehicles. And that's all I'd like to say.
Thank you for your comments. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening.
Thank you.
Robert Mignosa and then Ed Juarez. Good evening. Name and address for the record.
Robert Mignosa, 190 Worcester Street, New Haven. So I'd like to start by saying I've been a New Haven resident all my life. I've worked for the city of New Haven for almost 15 years. I started out in accounting for 14 years, and since last August, I have been in the Department of Parks and Public Works Finance. I have a few things I want to advocate for, and that's first is the deputy for management policy and grants. Not many people have talked about that, but I think it's an essential position, probably one of the most important added positions in this budget. We do not have enough help at the top when it comes to finance. There are people who are doing, as you know, Michael Gormley did his budget director, but he was acting controller for years. There's way too much, in my opinion, on his plate. I think this position is definitely needed, and people don't realize it until things go wrong when positions are needed like this. I definitely urge all of you to approve this. I do believe it is a 3144 position, but that is the union's fight if this position passes. And then I wanted to advocate also for Public Works and Parks added positions. To put things into perspective, since December, early December, we've had 2 people doing all of the invoicing for Parks and Public Works because of people on medical leave, short staffing. And there was 1 person to do all parks, purchase requisitions, purchase orders, invoicing, everything. And when that person was out on medical leave, there was nobody else to do it. So myself and Mark DeCole, the CFO for Public Works, have been doing it all since then. If that doesn't tell you we need more positions for parks and for Public Works, I don't know what will. And for sure, we need the deputy positions at Public Works. Only 2 positions requested for Public Works, and that's both deputy positions. Many will say, why do you need 2 deputies? But it's a lot of work for 1 person to do if it's 1 deputy. We definitely need the help on the admin side. We're actually losing an admin assistant position because that is being moved to parks. So a deputy for admin planning is definitely necessary. Thank you for everything you guys are doing.
Thank you. Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. Ed Juarez and then J1 Carter. Name and address for the record.
My name is Ed Juarez. I live on 47 Winthrop Avenue. Thank you for the opportunity. I am a senior at Metropolitan Business Academy. Today I am here to testify to urge you to fund Superintendent Negron's budget for our schools. Someone who has studied under the New Haven public school system and has a sister who just recently entered said system, we have been let down. Our schools are just underfunded, but worse, they're understaffed. I have had to go through 3 years without a science teacher. This is crucial to me as someone who is wanting to be in the medical field. The city of New Haven has led my education in a way failed. Along with this, our schools have been lacking their own basic necessities like paper, art supplies, and soap for our bathrooms. But more importantly, we're lacking teachers. Most of our adults have always said that we have multiple opportunities here. But where are those opportunities? Our schools barely have educators that can help us learn about these said opportunities. The only way we learn about these opportunities is by doing our own investigation. Currently at Metro, I'm in the Health and Allied Sciences Academy. Throughout my 4 years, I've only taken 2 classes that were related to my interests. This has absolutely let me down.
one of the reasons as to why I even applied to Metro was because I heard that they had advanced classes with different academic pathways that can help me dip my toes into health. However, I'm about to graduate and I haven't seen any of that. I'm about to graduate high school as a first-generation Mexican American. I am sad to say that in the past 4 years, the New Haven public school systems have let me down. As someone whose little sister is still in the program, I urge you to vote on Superintendent Negro's budget for the schools. So hopefully she can have a better experience and more opportunities that I didn't get to have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, have a good evening. J1 Carter is the last name on the list. But have no fear. If you did not sign up and you wish to testify, you will have an opportunity after Mr. Carter is finished. Name and address of the record, please.
Good evening, J1 Carter, 106 Popular Street. All right, so there's peace when business owners do not come out and really express what they feel. The reason being is because there could be some political backlash. But today, I'm here to speak on some things. What I love about the budget time is that it's right after Martin Luther King Day. It's after Black History. And this is like March Madness for the administration. This is where they spend money to invest in programs for future opportunities for a new administration. But today, I want to discuss acknowledging the fact that in 2053, Black families are going to have a net worth of zero. 2073, Latinos is going to have a net worth of zero. And what's important is to understand that we are in the biggest wealth transfer between the generation that is now leaving inheritance to others, and we have to do something immediately in regards to addressing this situation. We have to prioritize the kids. And one of the things I want to propose is there's something that's been established since the 1980s, a little bit further, 1940s, but it came into more play on the SBA. There's a program called the 8A. It's pretty much about people of color having the opportunity to get sole contracts through the federal government. And to qualify, you have to be what they consider socially economically disadvantaged. Their definition is you have to be of color. And number two is your net worth has to be $850,000 or less, excluding the valuation of your home and your business. Now let's be real, how many people in New Haven qualify for that? So we have to really think about creating a financial pipeline, something like we did with the Labor Promise, because this is what's going to address opportunities where we don't have to go out and ask for people outside of our culture for resources, where we should be able to resolve and solve our own. I'm here for peace and profit, but I just think that we need to dig a little bit further and understand all the photos on the walls, understanding that when they were in power, they leveraged all types of resources to make sure that their agendas will come across. And I will close with this. In 2021, the American Psychiatric Association, the American Psychology Association, they are for their involvement in white supremacy. And you should look further into that because there's resources for the city, and I have more detailed stuff here. Thank you. Have a good, blessed evening.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, if you have written material to give to our staff, we're grateful for that. Okay. That is the end of our sign-up sheet for people who wish to testify. So now I will ask, is there someone here who wishes to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for next fiscal year? Please know that there will be a third public hearing on Thursday, April 18th. Is there someone here who wishes to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for next fiscal year? And for a third time, is there a member of the public here who wishes to testify on the mayor's proposed budget for the next fiscal year? Seeing none, a motion to close the public portion is appropriate.
So moved.
There's been a motion to close the public portion of this meeting, seconded. Any discussion of that motion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The motion carries. What that means is the public testimony portion is over. And now we'll proceed with the rest of our agenda. But before we do that, we're going to take a 5-minute comfort break. This, if you intend to leave, this would be a good time to do it. But you are invited to stay for the departmental workshops that will begin in just a few minutes. Thank you.
Yeah.
We squeeze it to Any food I can.
No, no.
I would quickly without suffering.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cool now.
That was fun. I don't know.
No, don't do that. I'm actually more pleased.
Oh, goodness. Thank you for saying that.
No, I am definitely. What you want? What would you say? I know what you like. Oh. He about to run. Praise him. Talking to mommy. We gotta go to youth commission today. We do.
I'm telling you, no, you can't have nothing.
What army gonna stop me?
That's right.
I just want to know. Yeah? Like it? Duh. For you, I might eat. Anybody else?
Unless you take a suggestion or put it on the
Hey, how are you? Good, how are you?
Good evening, we're going to begin in just a moment. And we ask you please to take your seats.
Yes.
You're working on that document.
Okay, good. PTO, sharing.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
You got some feedback. You got some feedback. You try to close the loop by the end of the month. Okay?
Sounds good.
I pressed the 6 ounces and I got a little bit of coffee. I'm like, oh my God.
Good evening. We are coming back into order. We'd ask everybody please to take a seat. As I mentioned earlier, there's still plenty of meeting in front of us, and everyone is welcome to stay. But if you wish to depart, now would be a good time to do it. We're going to proceed with the departments as they are listed in our agenda, which means that we'll begin with the Department of Services for People with Disabilities, then Police, then Fire, then Parks, and then Public Works. We always welcome a brief presentation from the staff about the departmental budget proposal. We understand that there may be some narrative, but we of course are focused on the budget proposal, particularly how it is different from previous year's budgets. And so we're grateful for the city staff in being direct to the point about those items. And then we'll have questions from colleagues after the staff presentation. And of course, as always, when a new department comes forward, we invite the staff please to introduce themselves by giving us their names and addresses for the record. And let us now begin.
Michael Gormley, 45 Jefferson Road, Branford, Connecticut.
Gretchen Knopf, 228 Mile Creek Road, Old Lyme, Connecticut.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. We are starting with the Services on Disability, which begins on, I believe everyone has a handout. So page 4 begins the agency overview. Slide 4. Basically, slide 4 is it's going to be the same type of presentation that we've done the previous week in giving departmental overviews. So the first slide really just gives an organizational and overview of how the department is structured. Services with Disabilities is a department of 1, which is the director. Wow. So, and this kind of outlines the mission of the department. Moving on to slide number 2, slide 5 gives the budgetary overview and changes within the department. The department budget going from fiscal year 24 to 25 only has a change, which is the 3% increase from contractual services, 3% general wage increases related to salaries. Other than that, the department's budget is status quo when compared to the current fiscal year. Slide number 6 just gives a pie chart of how the department is structured. 83% of this department is made up of salary. Again, this is a department of one, so mostly salary, very few non-personnel expenses related to the services with disabilities. So I am going to go to slide number 8. So slide 8 and 9 kind of gives the goals and overview of the overall department. So I will turn it over to Ms. Knopf to discuss related to the mayor's proposed budget.
So thank you very much. Is he signing?
You're doing great.
Okay, for the opportunity to speak with you. Basically, my department has certain responsibilities. I'm the ADA coordinator for the city. I also now tasked with addressing accommodation requests through the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. So in the middle of last year, we set that up. Those are goals that I have that are sort of variable. Whenever accommodations come in, I have to do them. If I get requests from pregnant workers, I address them. In addition, I staff the Commission on Disabilities, and they've been a little more active this year. We worked with all the alders to pass legislation that changed the elevator ordinances. So I thank you all for that. We'll be working this year on hopefully the accessibility of ground level accessory dwelling units, making sure that they're accessible. Also, just improving employment opportunities. I work with the Chamber of Commerce. I also work with local and statewide organizations who address those. I do training and education for staff. I answer staff questions, and as always, I receive numerous calls every year. I addressed over 100 last year, just from people in the city asking about different disability aspects and resources and where they can find things.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe that concludes our presentation on the services with disabilities, Mayor's proposed budget.
Thank you very much. We appreciate the presentation. We'll now take questions from committee members. Questions from committee members. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you. Please call me if you have constituents who need help. Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate your service and thank you for that offer. We do have a question, which is from Alder Hamilton.
I apologize.
Who will now be recognized.
Thank you, Chair Marshall. Would you mind sharing your contact information, please?
My telephone number is 203-946-7651.
Thank you.
And I'd be happy to send you all my information by email.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Great, thank you.
Well,
We appreciate that. And I will, you can send that to Dawn and me, and we'll make sure the rest of the committee gets it.
Great, thank you very
We
much.
appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So now we're going to move to police services. And we'll give you a moment to get settled. Thank you so much.
All right, Michael Gorman, 45 Jefferson Road, Brantford, Connecticut.
Lisa Mazzanotti, 1 Union Ave, I'm Supervisor of Management Services. Carl Jacobson, 15 Westerly Road, New Haven, Connecticut.
Dave Bertana, Assistant Chief, 1 Union Avenue.
If we could just give them one of those microphones.
Here you go.
Not both, one will be fine. Thank you.
Regina Rush Kettle, 2 Front Street, New Haven.
All right, thank you, alders. This presentation starts on slide 19. So again, this is just a mission and overview of the overall department. I apologize. And then slide 20 gives just the pie chart of how the department is broken down between personnel, overtime, and non-personnel services. Slide 21 really outlines the budgetary breakdown of the overall department. So again, the department request for the mayor's proposed budget is going up by $349,698. That is made up of contractual increases for executive management confidential, 3144 and 884 employees, as outlined in their bargaining unit agreements. There were also some personnel and non-personnel reductions within their budgets as well. And within license permits and fees, there was also one change, which we'll take a look at in the presentation as well. There were 4 new positions, sworn positions also requested within the budget as well. So looking at slide 22 outlines some of the personnel changes for the department. Again, these are general wage increases for the bargaining units I just mentioned. We did reclassify 2 positions within the overall department. We did eliminate part-time positions, and again, there are 4 new positions in the sworn side of the budget. We also did increase overtime by $2 million for police services within this budget. But we are also supplementing that increase with American Rescue Plan funding. So again, while the budget increased, we did negate that increase by utilizing ARPA funds that the city had available and redesignated certain projects. What I'm going to do is I will turn it over to Chief Jacobson to talk about some of the personnel changes. Just as a caveat with this department and a few departments that you're going to hear from, we did hear the committee's request for job descriptions last week. We do have a process that we have to go through that involves the union and other processes in HR, which is why we haven't provided those job descriptions. But what we will be doing during these testimonies and through me working with the chair is providing a description of what these jobs will entail within each department. So I will turn it over to the chief to kind of talk about the personnel changes within the department.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you for this opportunity, as always, officer. One small change is we changed the position of account clerk 2 and account clerk 4 to retitle to public safety support specialist. This position was considered due to the fact that along with payroll, these people in this position also have to know contracts and increases in a whole array of different job responsibilities. If you look at that job responsibilities for public safety support specialists, it's a page and a half of different responsibilities that are different than just an account clerk 2 or an account clerk 4. So that is one of the changes. We also got rid of the position of body worn camera tech assistant and retitled it to police clerk 1 through 2. The redactions done for FOI and different other things that the department has a hard time keeping up on because we're asked for a lot of this type of stuff. Not just records, but also a body camera. Those are done by this position, and we changed it to police records clerks 1 through 2. They're not just looking at one body camera, they're looking at every body camera on the scene, redacting faces. It's a long, lengthy process. Right now, if you submitted a body camera request, it might take 4 months. So we want to move these personnel into these positions to get caught up and people shouldn't have to wait that long for their body camera, FOI or their report. So we want to make it more efficient. We then eliminated 2 part-time positions for fingerprinting. I am requesting 1 lieutenant, 2 sergeants, and a detective. The lieutenant would be for a position related to officer health and wellness. As you know, we deal with officers dealing with things that a normal person doesn't deal with. And in this position, it would be twofold. One is for officer health and wellness, and the other one is for this person would work on community health and wellness, meaning if we go to a certain address numerous times for mental health issues, and it's flagged in our system, this person would then bring those concerns to Compass, to the other agencies we work with, Clifford Beers, so that we get help for people you can just look back in our database on certain calls and find a need for different services. So we're not constantly going to these houses. One example is we had the district managers who have done this in the past, but it's something that when you're looking at a whole district, it's something that can fall through the cracks. But they found a guy that was a prior veteran and he wasn't getting help that he needed. So we kept going there for different little issues. Well, the district manager in that area was able to bring this guy, get him some help at the VA, get him to the VA, get him admitted to the VA. Now he's back out and we're not going to his house anymore. So not just officer health and wellness, community health and wellness. We have a Compass team now that we can work with directly. Before we didn't have that. So this position would be for both of those things. But most importantly, the officers' health and wellness too. The officers are going through a lot. We're shorthanded. We've had a tough few years in policing, right? And we see what happens if our officers aren't well, So I think this would save money in the long run because this person would be responsible for having debriefs every time we had a serious incident in the city. We do it, but we need oversight where they know something happened one night, in 2 days, we're gonna have a debrief with these officers and make sure they're dealing with it and getting the help they need to. The sergeant's positions, we are currently 17 supervisors short, but we are having tests. We actually start the sergeant testing March 27th, which will be followed by a lieutenant's test. Currently, this police department in the patrol division alone has 123 officers under 5 years experience. That's 57% of the patrol division. We need that supervision out there to help these younger kids do the job to the best of their ability. Now, yes, we do have a lot of positions to fill, but we will get those positions filled on the supervisor end. Am I gonna sit here and tell you we're gonna fill all the patrol positions? I hope so. I sure hope so. We need them, but we're gonna take every effort to fill those. But when we're talking about 17 plus, if you give me the 320 supervisors positions, those can be filled within this next 6 months. Then we asked for 1 detective position. Although we have seen a decrease in violent crime, there's a lot to catch up on. Last year, we had one of our best years on homicide solvability. We were up around 65 to 70% clearance rate. We want to continue that. We want to have a unit dedicated to solving those past homicides, and we're really legitimately 1 detective short of that. So we want the 1 detective position. I think that was it for the positions.
Okay. So moving on to slide 23, outline some of the changes within the actual non-personnel budget, some of the major changes. So the first change is the rolling stock. We have budgeted the purchase of vehicles throughout the general fund for the last few years. One of the areas that we were looking to utilize ARPA funds was purchasing additional vehicles. And what that did was that helped us save in on the general fund side. We did budget $1.1 million in ARPA funding to purchase 2 years worth of vehicles, public safety vehicles within the police department, ARPA. The training account was increased by 50,000 and other contractual services were increased by 100,000 within their department as well. Chief, I don't know if you want to speak on training a little bit.
So we know from, coming out of a situation like the Randy Cox situation, we put our officers through a lot more training than we ever have before. So our budget needed to increase. We need to be able to, we currently go through 3 forms of de-escalation, including ICAT, which is Integrated Communications Assessment and Tactics. That's a national level training. We also do a local training called Kingian training based on Martin Luther King principles. And then we go through an ABLE training, which is active bystander. So officers have the wherewithal to identify if an officer is doing something wrong and what they're exactly supposed to do and how to make those interventions. These trainings are extremely important. The entire department's been through them, but we want to go through them periodically every 2 years. We want this to be fresh in their minds. And again, I don't want to harp on this point, but a better trained police department, a better supervised police department leads to less lawsuits. And we have to be upfront and honest about that. So this is why I've done the increase in the 50,000. And then on the 100,000 end, we're really looking at the officer health and wellness side, working with Clifford Beers, getting in, not just having that lieutenant set up the debriefs, but also having professionals like a registered nurse or a psychologist able to come into the building and work with us on those different debriefs and different issues with officers. Yes, we do have EAP, and we just changed the EAPs for the city, and I believe that's a much better program and moving in the right direction. But I can't stress enough about having enough services for the officers. And this also shows them that we care about them, we care about their mental health, we care about what's happening to them after their shifts. So that's why those 2 increases are being asked for.
Thank you, Chief. So moving over to slide 24, it gives a breakdown of the last 5 years of overtime. And again, it shows the budgeted versus the gross versus the reimbursements. For overtime, one of the things that the police department also wanted to add on here was, while we see an increase in overtime, and normally we have salaries to cover it, that's because of the average number of positions during the year that we have. So slide 24 just kind of outlines the average number of positions for the fiscal year that were filled, and then the actual gross overtime numbers. Slide 25 is just a breakdown of fiscal year of the total budgeted, and then that average filled category just in a more detailed. So we added different fiscal years onto that slide. And then the next couple of slides, which I know the Chief will go over briefly, are just some of the overviews, goals, and initiatives related to the mayor's fiscal year 24-25 proposed budget.
Thanks, Mike. So I'll go through quickly, but I just wanted to note a couple of things. We're going to continue to enhance recruitment efforts and hire from the community, make efforts to hire minority officers, women, and members of the New Haven community. Right now, we currently have over 54 officers that live in New Haven. That's an increase from when we took over as myself and my assistant chiefs as an administration. When I took over the police department, it was 52% white male and 48% minority. We are currently 47% white male and 53% minority and women. So we were asked for diversity and we're creating it. And I think that's pretty fast for about 1.5 years as I've been chief. On the downside, I have hired 70 people since I've been chief, and we have lost 75. So, that's something that we're working hard to show officers that we care about them, we want them to stay, and we want to move forward. The detective, just to note, I messed it up before, we're creating an unsolved case team that will be murders, shootings, and robberies, home invasions, any larger crimes that went unsolved for a period of time. This new detective, along with other detectives, will be looking into this. Older missing person cases, working with our federal partners. We should be, right, Chief Bartana, we should be Tier 1 state accredited by the end of this March. We're mandated that by law now. Then we will continue to go through Tier 2 and 3 accreditation, which is mandated by House Bill 6004. We have an assistant chief and 2 lieutenants working on that project, which is revamping our entire property room, making it quicker, easier, and making sure everything's accounted for and everything's where it's supposed to be. Currently, we only have 4 district managers. That's not what I promised this city when I took over. Like I said, we're going to promote more lieutenants and sergeants and fill those vacant district manager positions, because that's how I believe we move forward as a city. Each area has their specific district manager that they can talk to, and right now we have a few district managers doing 3 districts, and that's just not what we want as a police department. So we're going to make those promotions and make more district managers. I talked about the training issue. That was the next line. We need to train our supervisors. We currently send people to FBI leader training, FBI National Academy, Perf Command staff training. We want to send our older leadership and the people that have been here for a long time to become chiefs and assistant chiefs someday. And we want to retain those people. That's extremely important. I talked about creating the branch of wellness. There is part of that money that I talked about will go to regular mental health and wellness checks, which are part of the state accountability from the Police Accountability Act, PA 2001. So part of that is something we have to do, part of that money that, for the health checks. We're replacing our management system with Pro Phoenix, which will be a system that can connect us, all the departments of the police department together. Again, works with evidence, body cameras, drones, everything will be able to be accessed through one system when the system's up and running. We're going to continue improvements in the detention center, including 2 suicide prevention cells and ADA certified accessible cells in areas. After the Rainy Cox incident, we realized that there was no ADA cell in our detention center. So we've already started that. There is an area that's better if we bring in somebody that's handicapped. So we're taking steps to improve things that have kind of been left aside for years. We're going to continue to build our fleet of vehicles and provide equipment such as Star Chase and Stop Sticks to better equip officers in stopping violent fleeing felons, as well as tracking stolen cars with Star Chase. And I believe we're about to purchase our first NHC efficient vehicle through ARPA funds, and we want to start working towards that end. We're going to continue to expand our PAL program and SROs. One of the sergeants I'm asking for will actually be in the PAL SRO round. Right now we have 1 sergeant that runs PAL, SRO, and we have we have 1 sergeant that runs our 7 SROs and really is responsible for 44 schools in the city. And that's too much. So we want to add another sergeant to those ranks. We want to add more officers to those ranks. The school resource officers have been great. They have taken up the PAL program when it's really not their responsibility, and they've run with it. PAL used to have a 70-kid summer camp once a year. Right now we're engaging with, and I know I say it all the time, over 400 kids weekly. And we have 9 different sports. We just put out flag football for the spring, and we had 131 kids sign up, which is great. We were last fall we did flag football. We only had 2 teams, and we went up and we were part of Waterbury's PAL. Now we can have our own PAL, New Haven PAL. And then at the end of the season, the teams from New Haven PAL will go up and play the Waterbury PAL and vice versa. So we're just really excited about those programs, but it takes officers. You know, PAL is a nonprofit. We're raising money and we're getting money for that, but we need the officers to continue and the supervision to continue that. Updating our general orders for the tier 1, 2, and 3 accreditation. And we have a new property room that was just built behind 400 Wintergreen, and we're gonna start, like I said, moving evidence into that property room, categorizing it, and making the system better. We want to continue to upgrade the animal shelter infrastructure, hire more quality staff. We have attempted to hire staff for the animal shelter, and I feel like we're in a different place with the animal shelter, but we have to be consistent with that. Continue to align our efforts with Compass team and enhance community services to city residents. Again, we're going to have one dedicated lieutenant that's working directly with Compass back and forth. Now, all the officers work with Compass, but the way it works is they go to a scene, someone needs services, they call, they do a report. We're going to have somebody watching that, working with Compass, saying, hey, Compass, go over to 212 Poplar. We go there a lot. We really need you to check on that person's well-being and just really make use of the Compass system, right? Not that we don't already, but just really coordinate as a police department with that. And as we get the ranks back, we want to re-implement quality of life units such as a narcotics unit, but that will also address loud noise complaints, which we now have a municipal ticket for $1,000, and dirt bike ATV complaints and drug activity. So we want to have the infrastructure to have a unit that works that. So it's a busy weekend, the dirt bikes are out, we get some complaints. We actually have a unit that's working that can go through cameras, identify people, and write warrants on the other end. So they know you may get away with it on Sunday riding in the good weather, but we're gonna come knocking on your door on Thursday and arrest you or give you a citation. And that's it.
So the next slide really just outlines, the police department does have a license permit and fee section and revenue section. There are 3 proposed changes to the license permit and fee section, and there was a slight increase in the towing revenue from $50,000 to $100,000 within the mayor's proposed budget. So with that, Mr. Chair, I believe that concludes the police department's presentation.
Thank you for that presentation. It's a lot of information. It delivered very succinctly, so we're grateful for that. We'll now have questions from committee members. I just want to remind our committee that what we're not doing is an open-ended workshop on every topic that was touched upon. If it becomes clear that there's some follow-up workshops that are needed to do, then we'll work with our chair of the Public Safety Committee to do that in the future. So let's make sure that our questions are related to the budgetary proposals that are before us. And having said that, the queue is open for committee members to ask questions. Alder Furlow, first on the list. Alder Festa next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief, as always, for a good presentation and for all you do to keep our city safe. So I think I probably asked this every budget season, but we're budgeted for 410. We currently have 327 officers filled. What is our realistic expectation that we'll hit 410? And I'm wondering why the number is so low. Is it because it's hard to fill?
Yeah, so we just had a test a month ago and 40 people showed up. So if you remember when I came on in 2007, 1,000 people showed up. So yes, it's a national problem, it's a state problem, but we also, you know, we don't have a contract. We have to work towards getting a contract. That's a big thing. We have people in the queue to go to the academy and they're being looked at by everybody, which never happened before. So they're being called by Danbury and Hartford and Bridgeport, and they normally would never leave us because we do have a great reputation as a police department, but they're leaving us because especially the bigger cities, all got contracts, so they're paid more than we are paid. But I will say that even with the attrition, we've been able to put people on. It's just being able to stop some of the bleeding, so to speak. My first year in 2022, only 12 people retired. And last year, 20 people retired. You know, this year, potentially, when I talk to the older officers that are near there, they want to stay. That's the bottom line. They want to stay, but they want to make sure that we have a contract and they're secure. So it is difficult to answer your question, but I think we can do it. I think twofold. We get a contract signed, and then we continue. So instead of testing once a year, what we used to do, we test 4 times a year. So we have another test coming up in April. We just interviewed 5 young men that we're sending to post. Excellent people. One of them is former Assistant Chief Roundtree from the fire department. His son. Great people. 5 kids, I think 3 from the city, all African American. Great kids. Like, we're getting good people. We just got to get more good people.
Thank you for that. And as far as our police being poached by other cities or solicited by other cities, probably better to say, it is really a testament of you and the Assistant Chief's leadership. We have undoubtedly the best police force in the state. And this is why these other towns are looking for them. I want to ask my final question, Mr. Chair, if I may. Is we passed, I believe it was this year, it was last year, an ordinance regarding towing of trucks or heavy vehicles. And I see that the tow fees have gone up. You see it, the tow fees have gone up.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And so I'm wondering, do we have space now for storage for large vehicles?
Yes, because when they're towed, they're sent to the tow company that tows them. So if it was just a truck being towed, that would go to the tow company, and that person would go get their truck at the tow company.
Okay, I remember something, and maybe we didn't get there yet, of the police department doing towing and having storage on city property.
Yeah, so cars that were used in crimes or evidentiary, we do, if you look at 710, we kind of have a big mess back there. But I will say, Will Francesi, the new guy that's there, has worked very hard with us, our Chief Etienne and his bureau, and the tow companies and the state's attorney's office to release those cars back to people. So we're slowly but surely getting those cars back. But for years, cars that were either evidence or seized property kind of sat there and weren't being taken care of, but we're working on that now.
Great, and so the reason for the increase is because we can, or?
Yeah, there hasn't been an increase in, we estimated about 7 or 8 years. On the average, this is in line with the rest of the state average on these fees. When we looked at other towns and municipalities, we were way below.
And that's a big jump with the annual liquor permit renewal fee from 25 to 100. Mm-hmm. And that's also because it hasn't been updated in a while.
Yeah, not in at least 6 or 7 years. And I want to thank my management service person, Lisa. She actually helped us put a lot of this together and actually said, hey, we should raise these. And I was like, great idea.
I said, I don't drink, so it's fine. Thank you again, Chief, for all that you do and your staff. Much appreciated. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Next in the queue is Alder Festa, followed by Alder Watermeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, you mentioned the contract and it possibly being a hindrance with hiring or retaining officers. How many days has it been since our officers have been without a contract?
It's been 1.5 years. It'll be 2 years in June.
So it'll be 2 years in June that we haven't had a contract. And how many police officers have we lost within that time period?
So in my 1.5 years, well, pretty much since I was made chief 6 days after the contract expired, we have lost 75. whether it be retirement, firings, and going to other departments.
So we've lost 75, but it's a combination. But a lot of them due to the unknowns of this contract being still in limbo.
Yeah, I would say, I'm not going to say we would save, everybody would have stayed, but we do exit interviews. And a lot of the exit interviews, it's either New Haven's too busy for me, or I want to make sure that I'm getting more pay and the right benefits. Because the younger generation, they want to get paid, and it's unfortunate because a lot of people do say like, hey, I don't want to leave, but I feel like I have to. And we're doing everything we can. We've saved a lot of people from leaving as chiefs, as rest of my command staff. They go out and talk to these kids and convince them to stay. But yeah, it would help.
Along those lines too, I know that, we know that our salary compared to other cities and towns is also lower. And is that affecting our hiring as well, or our applicant pool?
Yeah, it's a combination. So the big cities all got raises, but then some of them did different things. Like Bridgeport enhanced their pension. Now they got raises and they enhanced their pension. So they're kind of someone that people are looking at. We still have a pension, but it's a lot lower. Bridgeport is allowing overtime and extra duty. So it depends on where they're going and what's going on there. But they're still going to Woodbridge that pays more, but really has no pension. So it depends on what that person is looking for.
Okay, because if you compare Bridgeport and New Haven, there's, other than our department being much better, it's still a big city.
Big city, yeah.
With its problems.
Why don't we go ahead and swing that mic so that
I'm sorry.
I want to make sure that
I thought I was loud. Oh, that is louder.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate it. Obviously, the contract is very important, not only for retaining officers, but as well as hiring. So hopefully the administration will work something out, in the near future and not reach maybe the 2-year mark. So we'll look forward to seeing that come before us when it does. So on a different note, the hirings. I know we want to show growth within our department, and we want to show these officers that there is the opportunity to grow within our department. My concern is if we, test and have these additional sergeants and lieutenants, what's going to happen to our field officers? Overflow, overtime. I feel like they're already overworked. They're already doing, double shifts, etc. What is there to expect if these positions are voted upon?
So right now I currently have 18 in our academy and 7 in some form of training. So for a total of 25. So of that 327, 25 of them aren't even working the street yet, but they'll be on the street by midsummer, which allows me, the 7 will be sooner. So right when I do the sergeant's test, I can make 7 because I'm going to get 7 replaced by the patrol officers, right? The new patrol officers. Then as the summer progresses and those 18 are on their own, God willing, they all make it. They don't always all make it, which but most of them do. Then I have 18 more filled positions. I wouldn't use all of them, but even if I use 8, now I have 8 and 7, 15 supervisor positions filled, and I have a better workforce in patrol. So we have thought of that. That's a great question. We have thought of that. We're not going to leave anyone barren. And you have to think of it too. When you do a sergeant's test, the detective division is part of that too. Right now, the detective division is only 1 person short, but it'll be shorter after the sergeants because detectives generally do really well on sergeant's tests. What I'm kind of hoping is it's a mix, like half detectives, half patrol, so then I don't lose as much and I can do those numbers. I didn't thank these guys and girls before, but my 3 assistant chiefs have been just outstanding because they're reminding me of all the stuff that you're talking about. And we're working together to make sure we don't deplete patrol by making these sergeants. But the future's upon us. This is for July 2024 to July 2025. And I need to show consistency. I need these kids that are out there to have good bosses. But we're gonna keep that in, we're gonna keep an eye on that.
And the reason I ask is because all this overtime and double shifts, et cetera, for multiple days in a row can affect their mental health too. And on that, I see that you're working on improving our capabilities for support for our officers, which is important, but is this something that's voluntary or do they have to go through
So the mental health checks themselves are required by the accountability bill, but we're gonna offer so much more so that when an officer does need help, he knows it's there.
Knows it's there, but it's voluntary.
Yeah, most of the time, there could be an incident that happened where it becomes not voluntary, but.
Yeah, I mean, we know how important mental health is, and that's why, I wish there were something that, and it sounds like there is, that makes them go. And sometimes it takes time for they to realize.
So I'll tell you, we've destigmatized the old, when I started, it was you never said anything, you didn't go ask for help. We've really destigmatized that, and we've literally had officers walk in to supervisors' offices and say, I'm having problems. And I've never seen that. And I'm glad that our supervisors are creating an environment where that's happening. So that's what I want to continue to do.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I have additional questions, Mr. Chair, but I'll yield to my colleagues since I've asked, I think, more than 4. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Testa. Next in the queue is Alder Walker-Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is really simple. It was about the mental health. I just basically want to know, and you mentioned it, that you saw some officers come in to talk about it. I know it's a part of the police accountability bill, but have you noticed like a big difference in the officers that need the support?
So there's been numerous occasions where officers asked for help and they got it. And in many of those occasions, they returned to work and they were much better. So I've seen it firsthand. That's why I'm asking for the money, because I've seen it firsthand and I see that it works. And I see how important it is. We had a couple officers arrested for DUI. We've had other things. Well, we're gonna, after they get through their court cases and their internal affairs, as long as they're not up for termination or anything, we're gonna get them the support they need and get them back to work if that's what's the right thing.
Thank you for answering that question. That's why I asked it, because I wanted you to go a little bit deeper into the impact of the dollars that you are asking for. So I really appreciate that. And, I appreciate everything that you and your team do on behalf of the city for our residents, because I think it's really important. And I think that it's noticeable. That's just my opinion. I know the chair looking at me because it needs to be financial and all of those things and not a statement, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Just because, not in a disrespectful way. So no, because I actually think it's important to do that, but I'm gonna bring it back to a financial question, honestly. The funds that you are requesting for training, that goes beyond just your assistant chiefs and things of that nature, right? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I remember coming up in the police department, you would request outside training and you'd pretty much be denied, and quite honestly, and I don't want to throw mud, but you would see upper command staff people go to these trainings. We send everybody everywhere if we can, and we give them every opportunity. Now, I'm not sending a frontline patrol guy to a course that doesn't fit his job, but if you want extra training, you deserve it. You're doing a very extremely tough job. We have kids go for extra de-escalation. I just told you we do 3. They want to go for the 4th. I encourage that. We have kids go to learn how to do tourniquets better. We have kids go to learn drug investigations. You name it, we send them to it if we can afford it. And by cutting out some of the excess, there was just a trip and it was in state, and I didn't pay for the hotel so that I could send other people to training. You know what I mean? So we really we pride ourselves as chiefs on sending people to training over and above what they're required to do.
Thank you, and thank you for all the work you do, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Walker Myers. Next on the queue, we have Alder Smith, followed by Alder Hamilton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, you mentioned about one homicide detective. Will one be enough?
Well, no, they'll be linked up with current ones we have. We just needed another detective to add to that group. But listen, if I could take 10 more, I would take 10 more, but I understand, you know, that we have to, there has to be the need so beyond. I mean, it opens your eyes when you come here and listen to the budget meetings as a chief to say, wow, you know, there's other people that are hurting too. So, but this one is going to help us solidify that unit for the future. I may be back next year for one more, but I know that I need one now.
Can you tell me about how many detectives that you currently have in this unit?
Oh, so we just created the unit. Right now, it's on a volunteer basis. They meet above and beyond their regular duties. So we want to make it, when we do start it, I believe it's going to be 4 total.
So ideally, you want 6.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Smith. Next on the queue is Alder Hamilton, and the queue is open after that.
Thank you, Chair Marchand. Good evening, folks. Thank you, Chief and staff, for everything you do. We appreciate you. Chief, you have a lot of positions here. Which one do you, if you had a wish list and you can't get all of them, which one do you absolutely need and must have?
You sound like the mayor now because there was more on the other one. No, I'm just kidding. I would, yeah, strike that. I would say the 2 sergeants because they're so flexible and able to move around. If you were going to give me 2 and not all 4, I would say the 2 sergeants.
2 sergeants.
Honestly, you know.
Thank you so much. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. Of other colleagues who would wish to get on the queue. I know that we have 2 alders who would like to get on for the second time, so I will recognize them momentarily. But first, colleagues who have not yet asked a question, who wish to get on the queue. Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This probably goes to Mr. Gormley. Just wondering what the, how do you figure out the overtime?
We work with the chief and his team to try to figure out, looking at the trends from the previous years and looking at the recruitment efforts that we looked at, because again, as the chief mentioned, part of the strategy is filling these positions, right? So we know that this takes time as well. So we do try to factor that into the overtime numbers as well. Again, the goal is to fill the positions, and we know there's a period of training and stuff that goes into that. And once that training period is over, that usually will decrease the overtime that we see. But again, until we do that, you know, we look at each week. We try to do each week a report. I know Lisa does a report, sits with the chiefs. We look at overtime, things like that. So we take all that data to try to come up with an overtime budget. But again, we're looking at it from the standpoint of we're also trying to fill these positions and what happens if they're filled. And then again, you know, no secret, we've always come back if these positions aren't filled for some reason. You know, you have that lapsed salary to supplement that additional overtime for the year. So we try to take all the data points into consideration.
The reason why I'm asking, and thank you for that answer, the reason why I'm asking is just wondering how long, because the concept is you hire and then the overtime comes down. So my question is, how long does a new officer have to be employed until we begin to see a noticeable decrease in overtime?
Yeah, the training itself is 6 months and then 4 3 months of FTO. So you can't be alone for 3 months. Oh, sorry, field training. So you can't be alone for 6 months you're in the academy, 3 months you have to ride with another officer, and you can't work overtime. So 9 months before that person makes an impact. The reason I'm bringing up the officers with Alder Festa was that those officers are almost done. You know, they're done. They're almost done with those 7 are almost done with their field training, and then the academy will be done in May for those other 18. So that's why we're at the end of the road with them. But any that start, you know, we hope to hire 15 this month of April, and then another 15 or 20 in July. You got to count 9 months from there.
Okay, that's very helpful. And through you, Mr. Chair, I don't want to take the time to do this in this meeting, but if we can get those stats, the 54 officers live in New Haven and those 47 were, if we can get that through you, Mr. Chair, that'd be helpful.
So noted.
Thank you. Thank you again, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Fairwell. Further questions from colleagues for our police department? Alder Festa.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Chief, you mentioned POST. What is POST? Where you're sending?
Police officers training council and standards, something like that, right?
Police officer standards.
It's our certifying body that certifies the officers. Even when we have an academy, they come down and sign off and make sure we're doing everything that the state wants us to do.
Okay, I was making up my own. Yeah. POST. Okay, thanks for that. How will, you know, and I'm not sure you can answer this, but because we don't have it in place, but how will automated enforcement help you guys, if it will?
Well, the union's here, so I don't want to say. It will help. So we can't be everywhere, correct? And right now, I'm very proud of our traffic unit. Chief Sinelli and Captain Marcuccio added to it. It was their idea. I'm going to take credit for it. And we were able to go from 7,000 or 8,000 stops to 15,000 stops. And just that visible presence of a cop being stopped and you drive by, you know. But these are going to help us to not be where they are, right? So we don't have to be at this intersection where, and it's all done up by data, right? So it's the one intersection that we rolled it out and the news story, 2 people, I believe, had lost their life in 3 years there. So now we're not going to be there. The cameras are going to be there and people are going to slow down or get, you know, a ticket. I think it enhances our ability to slow the traffic down. I think we're doing a good job, but more can be done. You hear it every day. So it allows us to move around. Those cameras can't move. So God forbid we have another intersection that begins to be a problem. We put the traffic unit there.
And that's very helpful. So thank you for that, because even though the union is here, that's actually good because we're using resources somewhere else that is also needed. Because if you talk to all 30 of us, we could give you multiple intersections of where we want these cameras implemented. And unfortunately, we can't implement them everywhere. So having the resources taken away from those spots that we know are dangerous and placing them in other dangerous spots is better use of our officers as well. And then just lastly, and this is more maybe for Mr. Gormany, but we're using ARPA funds to help pay for the overtime of $2 million. We know that that's coming to an end. And I understand that we have police officers on the back burner that are going to be on board. It's still not enough officers to cover everything we need covered overtime wise. So have we thought about how we're going to pay for overtime, you know, even next year? Because
yeah, I think this goes back to the strategies that the chief and his team are implementing. Again, we utilize lap salary because of the sheer number of officers that we currently have, since we're recruiting and trying to retain. Quite frankly, as the chief mentioned, I think 20 can retire. So So yeah, I think we look at it from the standpoint of we want to keep these budgeted positions, and if they're not filled, at least we know we have that lab salary to sustain any additional overtime that may be needed for the department. So again, it's a collaborative effort in working with the strategy on how they deploy the officers and then the funding on how we pay for it.
Okay. Thank you for your answer. I mean, I guess we'll always have overtime, and hopefully by hiring additional police officers, it won't be as high. But of course, public safety is important as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Any further questions? I have one. So you just said a moment ago, Chief Jacobson, that the goal would be 15 recruits in April and 15 to 20 in July. Let's say, let's be optimistic that we do that again a quarter later. So if it's 15 a quarter, that's 60 recruits. Not all of them make it. So maybe 50 of them make it. At the same time, let's say there's 5 people retiring every quarter, right? So 50 minus 20, that's like a net of 30 officers over a year of really successful recruiting. We currently have 83 vacant positions, according to my arithmetic.
But 16 of them are $1.
16 of them are at $1.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So 410 budgeted positions, 327 people working. 16 of those 410 positions are at $1, which is kind of a way of saying, let's hope they get funded in the future, right? But they're not currently funded. So that's 394, when it's 327 is 67. Okay. So if everything went really well, in a year and a half, we could be fully staffed, but it won't go that well.
I'm gonna hope it does.
I hope it does. I'm just trying to imagine, like, clearly a new contract that's a better contract would make a big difference. Huge. I'm just trying to imagine, is it even possible to imagine over 2 years, for example, the police department being fully staffed? Or are we talking about a chronic situation where we have 10% or more of the positions open, or 20%?
I think that hiring 4 times a year, a contract, the fact that we put so many people on that didn't get on before, right? Like the example of the 5 guys I talked to you about, you know, it's gonna get us a different pool of people, like people from New Haven that didn't want to come to us before, to come to us. I'm very proud of a strong group of kids from New Haven that didn't want to be cops, and then over the last 3 years, they're all here and they're recruiting their friends. Because remember, I said this all along, the best recruiting tool is our people. So get that contract signed, get our people recruiting the right people, and I think we can go above those limits that I told you. And in the meantime, you know, I didn't think we would be at the lowest number ever. When if you look at that chart, I'm impressed with my people, because even though we're at the lowest number ever, they're doing so much more than I could ever imagine. Homicide solve rates, motor vehicle stops. You know, I'm going to say, in people that get mad at me, violent crime is extremely low right now, extremely low compared to last year. We're moving in the right direction with fewer people. So just, if I get to those numbers, I really feel like we can do so much more as a police department. And I think we get to those numbers by the path that we're talking about, a contract. The people that are here already are gonna recruit for us. And I saw it, of those 5 kids, I think 4 of them have a friend on the job. That's why they decided to come here. Or they grew up in New Haven, they have a friend on their job who said, hey, it's really good here, you know, and they're here. So yeah, we have to get lucky, you know, and I'm gonna say, since I started on July 6th and we had a protest on July 7th, we haven't been so lucky. But we've done pretty well. We've done pretty well, and I'm impressed with the police officers. So I think we can get there. this year. I think we can get there, this fiscal year, meaning,
By July.
July of 2025.
Thank you for that. This next question is for you, Mr. Gormany. Could you remind us what the figure is for contract reserve? Is it 2 million? Is it 3 million?
I believe it's 1.7.
1.7, yeah. And so that, hopefully, some of that money would go towards filling in the difference between the proposed rates for the police force and what the newly negotiated rates would be. Is that enough money?
As we continue to work the contract negotiations, I think we're looking at all the funding that's available within this budget. Again, that takes into account, increased overtime rates that would happen during any contract negotiations, salary increases, vacancies, things like that. So I know they've been in talks for a while, and there have been different conversations on different topics. So I think it will ultimately depend on where they end up at the end of these negotiations.
Yeah, thank you for that answer. It just, of course, the higher pay rates have the wonderful effect of making the jobs more attractive. It has the budgetary downside of having ripple effects throughout the whole budget, including overtime. And so increasing the overtime budget, like, we might not see those dollars going this far. Hopefully they won't have to, because boots on the ground. Okay. All right, that's all I have for now. Questions from colleagues? Seeing none, thank you all for your presentation and for being here this evening. We're going to see some of you again not too long from now, because there's an overtime transfer that we didn't hear tonight that we'll probably hear on Monday the 8th. So put that in your calendar. That is our next monthly meeting, and we have transfers that will need to be discussed and voted on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The fire service is next. I believe, Ms. Rush-Kittle, you're staying.
I'm just stretching.
You are certainly allowed to do that.
Oh my
Good evening, alders of the Finance Committee. Again, and we're going to apologize. We have new software that we have for our dispatch. There's one tone that we have not been able to control yet. So if
There could be an interruption.
it could be an interruption.
But
I'm
if it's a public safety related call, we'll
great,
understand.
greatly appreciated. I also came prepared with my own glasses, so I won't have to borrow all the Morrisons from last year. Once you turn 63, these become a little more. I'm also joined by Assistant Chief Coughlin of Operations, who will be completing his first 1 year this week or next week.
Last week.
Last week, 1 year in the position, and he has been invaluable and phenomenal. So,
Having said all that, please give us your names and addresses for the record, and then you may begin.
thank you. John Alston, Fire Chief, 952 Grand Avenue, by way of 523 East Street in New Haven.
Daniel Coughlin, 75 Warren Street, New Haven.
Okay.
Michael Gormley, 45 Jefferson Road, Brantford, Connecticut. So fire services actually starts right after police.
Oh, and how could we forget?
Oh, sorry.
Regina Rush-Kittle, 2 Front Street.
I forgot I had a partner up here for the night.
How could we forget? Thank you so much. You may proceed.
So moving on to fire services, we're going to move on to slide 30. And I apologize, this is a little out of order, but this gives an outline of the fire services budget. So within the fire services budget, it's increasing when you compare the current fiscal year to the mayor's proposed budget by a little bit over $400,000. A majority of that increase is really due to personnel costs. So within this budget, we are requesting 5 positions within this budget, which make up a majority of the cost. Moving on to slide 31. Again, this is just a mission and overview of how the department operates. Again, we have the chief, and then the assistant chief of administration, and then the assistant chief of operations. And the fire marshals, again, this is obviously not the whole department, but again, to kind of give a sense of how the operations of the department starts. Moving on to the next slide, 32, is again the pie chart that outlines how the department is really budgeted. Again, 74% of the department is personnel, and 14% is really related to budgeted overtime, which makes up a majority of the departmental budget. And the chief will talk a little bit about overtime in the next couple of slides. Moving on to slide 33, starts the budget changes. On the non-personnel side, we really had a status quo budget. There were a few reductions on the personnel side of the budget. Looking at the fire suppression longevity account, which is really due to contractual wages due to the fire department per the bargaining unit contract. We looked at the actuals and what the actual number would be projected for next fiscal year, and we were able to reduce that budget. We did increase overtime by $400,000 within the fire department budget, which the chief will talk about in a little bit, but that was also supplemented by American Rescue Plan funding as well. As far as the new positions go, we are requesting 4 new suppression positions, which are 1 lieutenant and 3 captains. And then we are also requesting a new position of an account clerk. And again, this is a typographical error that will be corrected on the technical, but it's an account clerk 3. Account clerk 3, not an account clerk 2. That they are requesting within the mayor's proposed budget, and of course the normal increases within the bargaining unit contracts associated with fire services. So what I will do is I will turn it over to Chief Austin, I will turn it over to Chief Austin to talk about the new positions in the next couple of slides, which talk about the departmental overtime and their goals and initiatives related to the mayor's proposed budget.
Before we get there, if you look at, it does not have a number, but it is the bar graph. I imagine it would be slide 34. I don't see the number there on the bottom of mine, 34. Every year that I've come before this body, I've tried to do an analysis of our overtime for the previous 4 years, or at least during my tenure. I came here in October of 2016. And so the first budget I presented to you was in 2017. After 2017, we had seen an increase in overtime. We had a recruitment drive in 2017 and 2018. We hired in 2018, and then the overtime went down. We hired again in 2019 and 20. The overtime went down, and then it went back up. As we approached 2020, fiscal year 2020 to 2021, we started to see a lot of, we weren't hiring at the time, but we also had the COVID pandemic. And so a lot of our folks who had either contracted COVID and or became ill, they were allowed, I believe it was 20 days at a time. Now, when you get COVID, they tell you now, just as long as you're not symptomatic, don't stay near anyone. But early on, the CDC guidelines were to isolate, and we literally would have to shut down a firehouse if one person even had symptoms before we had the chance to test them. So we saw a dramatic increase at that time because we were having folks taken out of service for a lengthy amount of time. And so from 21 to 22, that increased. But also during that time, we had the last active list we had was in January of 2022. We have not tested for the entry-level list since then. We're now negotiating and working through the CAO's office literally weekly to put together the hiring process so that we can now start testing for firefighters again. So currently, and it's never been this low in my tenure, we have 53 vacancies in the firefighters rank. And I'll have Chief Coughlin talk about those driving factors. As the chief of operations, he handles day-to-day operations. Not that I want to give him the bad news, I give you the good news, but he has his finger on the pulse of what's going on in day-to-day operations and what's driving our costs.
Per the collective bargaining agreement with Local 825, there's a minimum of 72 firefighters on shift, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. That fills up our 10 engine companies, 4 ladder companies, heavy rescue, 3 emergency units, special operations, and the 3 on-duty chiefs. Without hiring and having 53 vacancies, there's not 72 people on each shift. There's actually in the 50s on each shift. So with that said, we have to fill those positions through overtime. Not having a class since 2002, again, we have 53 vacancies. We're hiring overtime at an alarming rate.
I think you meant 2020? The last class?
No, 22 was our last class. Yes. Yep. So that brings us to ordering. So instead of when I was younger on the job, the new generation, they don't really work overtime like we work overtime. So with that said, the older guys are coming in, they're working these shifts, and that drives up our FMLA. Okay, because after 212 hours in a 28-day period, they have to be paid time and a half. So these are the big driving costs behind what's going on with fire department overtime. There's a shortage of paramedics. Paramedics are being ordered in at an alarming rate. This is a national problem. We just put 5 into the academy. We started out with 6. We lost 1 already. And much like the PD with officers, fire departments everywhere are poaching each other's paramedics. They are a hot commodity. It is very expensive to go to paramedic school. It is a lot of personal cost. It is a lot of personal time. And unfortunately for the New Haven Fire Department, the city of New Haven, we're battling uphill just like every other municipality throughout the country. There is a national shortage of paramedics, and we need them.
And so one of the things that thank you, Chief. So one of the things that we're working with Yale New Haven, the Center for EMS came out with an accelerated paramedic program. The cost for a paramedic used to be about $30,000. They now have an accelerated 1-year program at $11,000. And so we look to encourage our members who are already firefighters, who are already on the job, to go to paramedic school. It is one of the ways that we're going to grow our own paramedics. Going to slide 36 back there. This is the first time in the history of the department that we've established a position of firefighter lateral paramedic. We basically let our sisters and brothers in the police department get their process done first. And once it worked, we saw that it could work for us. And so we literally have people that have applied. We have 5 recruits in the academy. I believe 1 is from Massachusetts, another 1 is from New York. We're getting the interest. New Haven has a nationally and internationally recognized department for a lot of good reasons and not so good reasons. We had the highest level of overdoses in 2018 of any city in the United States. We made CNN national and international news. But in that time, in a 36-hour period, 167 victims were treated, and we did not lose any one of them. So our reputation, I'm very proud of the work that the New Haven Fire Department that they do every day. But what the chief was talking about is profound. Normally, we would have about 48 to 50 paramedics. We're down to 15. So when you have to order them in, or hold them over for a shift, and they're going out on medical calls over and over and over again, we worry about their mental health and their well-being as well. So lateral paramedics was a good answer, a good move for us, and we were able to get that in place. We're testing and promoting to fill vacancies in the upper ranks as well, because as our members promote out or retire, we want to make sure that we have regular testing. And that was something we had done earlier. And I have to say this for the record. I know some of you have heard that we don't have a succession plan in the New Haven Fire Department. There's nothing further from the truth. In 2017, we met with the union to establish a syllabus for 5 years so that no matter what level you were in the department, you knew that knowledge base that you needed to get promoted. We worked with the testing companies to make sure that the testing was adequate and apropos for a city like the city of New Haven. And we're testing and getting the officers that we want. Chief Coughlin has proved positive. that when I got here, he was a captain and he took the test that necessary and studied and became an assistant chief in the New Haven Fire Department. But once we promote those folks up, it leaves a vacancy, it leaves a wake. So if we're not doing our entry, our recruitment is solid. We maintain a database of over 3,500 names. So as soon as we can get our applications up online, we hit a button. The outside applications filled up within 24 hours. So there's an interest. We don't have the same issues as our sisters and brothers in the fire, in the police department. There are folks that not only want to be firefighters, but they want to be firefighters in the New Haven Fire Department. And we're very proud of that fact. We also initiated policies and procedures to reduce the number of times that folks were working a 48-hour shift or being on call for 48 hours. Because if you think about it, what the chief said is correct. If the younger firefighters don't want to work the overtime, and those senior firefighters with the better benefits and the higher pay do, then they're getting paid, we're paying for labor at the highest rate. And we're triggering the Garcia payment that he was talking about, which is a firefighter working 212 hours in a 28-day period. And so by hiring, by putting people in and promoting, our costs actually go down, and that overtime goes down as well. If we move to slide 37, we want to hire firefighters to fully staff all suppression companies to increase our efficiency, but also drive our labor costs down. In decreasing our response time on calls, there's a new software that we've been working with, and we've been meeting with PSAP to talk about how our calls are dispatched and how we're tracking the numbers of calls, the types of calls for service, and the distance between the units that are responding as well. We want to see an increase in opportunities for mental health and awareness. We did get a new vendor for EAP, and I'm glad for that. This vendor seems to be a little more responsive. I'm not throwing shade on anyone, but they seem to be a little more responsive to the needs of public safety. There's greater collaboration with non-governmental agencies and houses of faith when we're responding to not only warming centers, but where folks are houseless, and or the areas that we're finding folks that are suffering from opioid and overdoses, by working with the non-governmental agencies like the Fairhaven Community Health Center and the like, with Clifford Beers for our youth. We begin to see that we are more connected, and it begins to reduce the types of calls that we're going on. We started a juvenile fire setter program, fire setter intervention program. Those folks that started it for us have retired. There are new folks that are in their area, in their positions now, that are getting certified to pick that program back up. I've been trying to get a vacant building program off the ground for a few years now, and we are very, very close. We're just setting up the ability, the interface, so that people can go on and register their buildings. But that was a long process, and throughout COVID, it was not only getting the fire code changed, it was the ordinance getting changed, it was putting the fee schedule before this board. It takes longer than you think, but we are so close to getting that done, and we will be putting together a presser for that as well. So I don't want to dive into that too much. We have to replace our aged and damaged firefighting equipment. New Haven is an interior aggressive fire department. We beat up our equipment, but we beat it up for the right reasons. We get in faster than any other department, and we make the rescues. We save lives and property. But in the process, there's a lot of wear and tear. And then there are national standards for the amount of time that we can utilize a fire truck. Many of our trucks are coming of age. An engine can only be out on the street for 10 years, a truck for 15 years before it becomes a reserve piece as opposed to a frontline piece. We're going to continue to apply for grants. We went through a grant application process. It included March 7th. We hope that we're going to be successful there. I believe this is a repeat bullet. I may have a different presentation than you use. We've been collaborating over the line. Greater community involvement to promote fire and life safety for our most vulnerable populations. And those are our elderly, our young, and those that are physically and mentally challenged. We have some great folks in fire prevention now that are getting out and meeting with groups. They're going to schools, they're reading to younger children. I'm really impressed with the work that they're doing, acting Fire Marshal Shakira Samuel, and their team is not only getting in and doing inspections, but they're observant. They're looking at the conditions that people are living in, and they're making referrals and they're making calls. And I'll get a text, "Hey, Chief, this is something we ran up on. Who can we talk to?" And we're reaching out to other organizations. So they're not just out there inspecting buildings. And we have greater collaboration with outside governmental agencies for larger, complex, and integrated threats. We see them in the news every day, what other communities are going through, and it's not a question of if it's going to happen here, it's going to be a matter of when. And we've been preparing for that with equipment and training. And finally, this last piece is something that I wanted to see for years. We've been having conversations when we talk about Compass and we talk about not sending public safety into certain areas, responding to opioid calls where the person, you're going to the same house, you're going to the same victim or person over and over and over again. How do you break that cycle? And one of the cycles that we have to break is fetal infant mortality, low birth weight babies, and the health of infants. And we've been talking about that with the CAO in terms of, I think it was in the last 45 days, we had 2 infant deaths. And someone will say, well, why is the fire chief or the fire department is concerned about it? Well, first of all, our paramedics are responding to those calls. They're parents too. And so the impact on them going to these calls over and over again, PTSD is up. And again, if I'm short of paramedics, then if they have to take the time to heal, then guess what? Then that's overtime and I have to order another paramedic in. So why not break the cycle by looking at making our communities a healthier community? And I was part of a FEMA in New Jersey, and basically you bring public safety personnel together along with emergency medical doctors and pediatricians and community leaders, and we talk about educating the public on making sure that our children at the very most vulnerable parts of their lives are safe. And if we do that, guess what? We'll come back in 18 years and recruit them for the fire department. That's what we'll do. Sorry to get off on that, but I want you to know that we are thinking global. We're not just thinking about running in and spraying water.
I believe, Mr. Chair, that concludes the fire department's mayor's proposed budget presentation.
Thank you very much for that information. We appreciate your service to our city and the work that your department does. We will now have questions from committee members. The queue is open. Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Chief. First, for all that you do for our city. We get the text messages. There seems to be a fire here every day. This is Fire City. And so appreciate your work. And your uniform was, makes me want to be a fireman.
Come on.
Those uniforms are fantastic.
Thank you.
So we're looking at the numbers. So do we have 216? What's our, how many firemen do we have?
Our budgeted number for firefighters should be about 362.
I mean, currently.
Currently in our budget, I'm not sure, I'm down 53. Down 53, so give me just over 300. Yeah, roughly.
Is that in here? I didn't see that in here.
Roughly.
No, so, I'm sorry, are you talking about just the firefighter rank?
Yeah.
Or in general?
Total number of, because you said that we have 53 vacancies. We have a minimum of 72 that have to be on per shift. So overall, how many firefighters do we have?
So overall, we have, and this includes the fire chief, assistant chief, and the 2 assistant chief, but for suppression unit, we have 316 budgeted positions. Right now, we have 262 that are filled. And we have the assistant chief of administration currently vacant, but I know they're interviewing for that. And then we have 53 firefighter paramedic ranks that are vacant currently.
Okay.
And just the firefighter rank, we have 236 budgeted and 183 filled. So that's just the firefighter rank.
Okay. And my apologies if it's here. It's too small. The print is too small. I can't see it. And
this year.
And my final question is regarding wellness. I didn't see in the budget any funds put aside for firefighters. who are experiencing, as we've heard from the police department, they had a certain amount set aside. And I can imagine what you see. I talked to you when my cousin was found. And after he had been there dead for a week. And so I can imagine what your firefighters see on the basis that's just rips our hearts out.
Thank you. When we first got here, just like Chief Jacobson talked about, there was a stigma. We were supposed to be the rough and tough, don't show your emotions. You're there to save. How can people trust you if you're there losing it? And it got to be a point where folks were hurting and not coming forward. That's not the case now. We've seen a stark difference from those very, very dark days to the days where folks are saying, I need help or I can't come to work. We've literally gone on calls like I just told you about where they lost an infant. We have a policy that we place that unit, whoever responded on that call, off duty for 2 hours until we can get counseling there for them. We don't let them go home or try to take that home to their families. If we can't get a counselor, we'll get a counselor on the phone. I've literally put firefighters on my phone with a counselor after a call like that. That's still not enough. But the new vendor that we have, I'm very excited about the offerings that they have for us, including telehealth, where they can, if they can't get there, they can actually do a group. So while we have them off for those 2 hours, letting them talk about it, there's something about how the human condition, we're wired. If we talk about it, it gets better. Now, I'm not being sexist, but there are folks that are able to do that better than we are. And then in the public safety realm, it's even more difficult. But I've seen those days go. I literally have seen those days go where people are expressing how they're feeling. And we're training our officers too, not to say, are you okay? Mm-hmm. And the answer is, yeah, I'm okay. We're asking them to ask them, what are you thinking? Mm-hmm. What do you think about the call that you were just on? To get them to open up. And sometimes they don't open up, but we provide every opportunity for that.
And I think you're doing something right, sir, because in speaking with our firefighters just going through, their attitudes are more friendly. Mm-hmm. And I want to say that on the record. I've noted that our firefighters are waving, something that we did as children. We would go like this because we wanted to hear the fire truck horn. And so they're responding better to the community. So that's proof of your good leadership. My final question, Mr. Chair. We have 53 vacancies. What is the plan to reach our budgeted number? And do you think we'll reach that by, a better question would be, do you think that we will reach the number during this fiscal year?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I need.
Yes. Indubitably, isn't it? Yes.
Great. That's all I have, Chief. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You got a great team.
Without a doubt.
Yes, sir.
Indubitably.
Indubitably.
That's a great word. Alder Festa and then Alder Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I feel like I'm in an echo chamber here. Is it echoing?
No.
It is, right?
No, it's just you. Go ahead.
Okay. Chief, thanks for your presentation. And of course, we have the best fire department, not only in the state, but in the country. Better than New Jersey. Sorry, Chief. Wow. But anyway, we mentioned all these positions. It's true. You wouldn't be here otherwise. We have budgeted positions. We have, filled positions, except, but even in the filled positions, what's the number of firefighters that are actually out, either on disability or administrative leave or, and it's actually a question I forgot to ask the police department, but we know that there's always somebody that's out for one reason or another.
Dr. Festa, would you like to make that request to the police department through the chair?
Oh, sure. I wasn't insinuating, but sure. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So noted.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if you could just touch on that a little bit.
I have 3 on administrative leave. I have, on average, it used to be 22 on long-term sick and injured. All right. Sick and illness, I'm sorry. as I said, we've seen an increase in PTSD claims. But currently, there are about 12 to 15 that are off on long-term that were injured on the job, and that includes anything from anticipated surgeries and rehabilitation, physical rehabilitation, work hardening, and the like.
So out of those firefighters that are on, we have to subtract those from the list as
20% of my
well.
workforce.
20%.
20% of my workforce.
Wow, that's actually higher than I thought.
Mhm.
Now, the ones that you said are out on disability, is there a certain time frame where disability runs out and they have to retire? Wasn't there
Sure,
some kind
contractually, for most city workers, it's 12 months. Contractually with 825, it's after 18 months.
Are we there or?
Some are there, yes. Some are there.
So we might see some retirements.
Separation of service from the city,
Okay,
yes.
whatever the
Yeah.
terminology is, and thank you for that correction.
No, I'm just saying that because my union is listening too.
Okay, yeah, and, and I'm a novice, so,
No.
my terminology will be what, so there's a chance that this separation could
Okay.
occur, increasing the number of agencies.
Yes.
I just want to make that clear because the overtime is always, it's reflective of all that, those reasonings as well. So on a different note, you mentioned that there's a national shortage of paramedics, and when we hire, are we looking at or I should say when we're training, do we look for firefighters with paramedic experience, or is that part of their training?
Yes.
I know it costs money, but what is our training? Is it both?
Sure. So in the past, we've hired either from a paramedic list or a firefighter list. So the paramedic list, you could be a nationally registered paramedic and not have fire 1 and 2. So you came into our academy and we taught you your fire skills, but you maintained your paramedic certifications. Then we had a list of those who were already EMTs, and they would come in on the firefighter list. So they would come through the academy. They didn't have fire 1 and 2. They would get fire 1 and 2. If they had EMT, they would come out of the academy. If they did not, they remained in the academy another 5 weeks. This is the first time in the history of our department we have a position of, and then you'll see it in the budget, firefighter, paramedic, lateral. So we're getting and recruiting people that have fire 1 and 2 are nationally registered paramedics. They just need to come into our academy for 2 months so that we can teach them the New Haven way, and not only the New Haven way, but the policies, procedures, administrative, and the like. And so we're accelerating that process. We're getting folks who are already paramedics, who are already firefighters. We just need to tweak them a little bit and get them out onto the street.
Okay, so we do provide them all the training they need for firefighting and paramedic skills.
We do not train paramedic. We're getting them in as paramedics.
In as paramedics,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
So if there is a firefighter who is interested in training, it's their own?
Well, I talked about it earlier that Yale now has an accelerated program.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, for 1 year. And so any of our members that are interested in that, they can apply for that.
But they have to pay for it.
No, if they pay for it, we reimburse them.
Okay.
But I've also talked to Yale that said, as long as they are in the program and doing well, we won't have to pay until they pass.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right, that works.
But again, that's in discussion. It's in discussion, yes.
So, we always say we want to reach out to our youth and promote careers. And there are some of our kids who are just not college bound. So maybe something like this is what is the age of hiring for a firefighter?
18 years of age.
It is?
Yeah. And there's no cap.
So as I was sitting here, thinking about this, we have New Haven Promise. Does our community college offer paramedic training or classes?
Currently, no. The #1 program in our area is through UNH. They actually have a college and they offer a degree. The SIMS, Yale New Haven Hospital Center for Emergency Medical Services, has a standalone separate program to train paramedics.
Okay.
And so I only need college or anything.
Well, I only say that because we have New Haven Promise.
Mm-hmm.
And if these kids want to take that track, it will help pay for their education in this manner. And, community college is a 2-year schooling. Anyway, just food for thought. But are we pushing, are we going to the high schools and saying, hey, here are career opportunities to get them engaged and maybe interested, even if it doesn't happen right away?
Sure.
You know, in 2 years or 3 years.
We're going after sixth graders. We literally, while we're reading at reading programs, I'm sorry.
That was it.
Yeah, we go into the grammar schools for reading programs. We go to college fairs. We go to high school career fairs. We not only go in to read, we bring the trucks, and we recruit using QR codes and YouTube. We reach them right on their devices.
And what has been the response to that?
I've got a database of 3,600 names that are interested in becoming firefighters in the city of New Haven.
Okay, that's a start. Okay, thank you for those. You answered my mental health.
But you also gave me an idea. I'll set a meeting for Patricia Melton at New Haven Promise, and we'll talk about some things.
Yeah, just thinking of cost and how to alleviate that. You mentioned response times and that we're actually pretty good with our response times. What are the challenges? For example, we're seeing an increase in speed humps going across the city for very good reason.
Sure.
But how is that affecting your response time?
Wear and tear on our brakes and springs. Yeah.
Okay, so it's wear and tear on the vehicles, but the response time is still
the same.
Okay, and that's what I think we need to enforce, is that even though we have speed humps, our response time is still pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, I think, Mr. Chair, I believe that covers my questions, and if I'll review my notes and if I see any other. So thank you very much, and thanks, Chief.
Alder Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be very short. Thank you, Chief, for all that which you guys do. Realizing that there's a lot of buildings that are going up, a lot of different materials that are being utilized. How many fire inspectors do we have?
Currently, we have 8.
And they're checking the type of boarding that's going up? Because I recognize some of them as easy fire retention that's going up like that.
Yeah, so there's several different types. We call it hybrid construction. Classically, there were 5 types of construction. Now we consider a 6th type, if you will, which is the hybrid, which you all see around the city. Yeah, man.
We'll just pause for a minute while Alder Hamilton gets her phone under control. Sorry. Go right ahead. Yeah. Please continue.
So the hybrid construction, and you'll see it. You'll see the first floor or 2 floors that are all masonry. You'll see some light metal alloy, and then above that you will see the lightweight wood construction, frame construction. All of those buildings are sprinklered. They are fire rated. But I liken it to this, and I always get calls from building designers and architects that say, you said the wrong thing. Well, no, I've been going in these buildings for 39 years. You're putting the same amount of people in a high-rise building on literally a building that is lightweight wood constructed. And so our tactics have to change. The muscle memory for firefighters have to change, because a building that we could have been in for 15 and 20 minutes at a time, a building that could have sustained a fire 2 or 3 times and been rebuilt and renovated, you could have catastrophic failure in a building like that. It does not mean the building is not safe. What it means is that we have to change our tactics and be more mindful of the time that we spend in a building like that. So that's early detection systems. It's making sure that we do walkthroughs, making sure that there are ample hydrants and water supplies in the area. So that's the code enforcement side, working with the operations side. And Chief Kaufman has done a wonderful job with our teams of getting folks out into that new construction area. He drives through the city all the time. I drive through the city all the time. Hey, there's a new one going up. We take pictures of it. We take a look, and we have conversations about it.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Alder Smith. Alder Walker-Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, I appreciate everything the fire department does. Unfortunately, I had a number of instances where I know that the response time is like really, really good. It actually saved lives around me every single time. So I definitely appreciate that and can say that. I remember it had to be a couple of years ago when you first came, we were talking about how we needed to get more young kids engaged and get ready. And the fire department was doing a very intentional program at Hill House. Is that still up and running?
No, sadly, and thank you for that. My history with this department goes back to that program even before I was your chief. Alda Alfreda Edwards, and I think Alda Furlow I met at Hill House before I was the chief here at that public safety program. The teacher that was responsible for that, Bill Garrity, retired. And at the time, we were trying to get it spread from there to Wilbercross. So when we lost Bill, and then we also lost the person that taught EMS, it fell by the wayside. But we still have that curriculum that has been updated. I would love to see that program come back at any one of our schools, but let's meet with the Board of Ed and make sure that they get the proper credit for it, the proper support, and making sure that there is a teacher that, I mean, they're stressed like we are stressed with dollars and people and time and resources, but we have an academy. I would love to see something like that come back. Yeah.
Thank you. I think it was a really important program and I feel like it had a lot of impact. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that.
Thank you, Alder Walker-Myers. Further questions from colleagues to our leadership of the Fire Services Department? Further questions from colleagues? Seeing none, we thank you for your time and your service. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. The hour is late, but we are going to plow right through. If colleagues need a moment, they should excuse themselves if they have been doing, but we are going to keep going now with the Parks Department. Colleagues will notice that I did not use the word Public Works in this title. It is the Parks Department. And here you are. And I see another person coming. Once you are settled, please give us your names and addresses for the record.
Michael Norman, 45 Jefferson Road, Redwood, Connecticut.
Rebecca Bombero, 122 West Bath Ave, New Haven, Connecticut.
Steve Layden, 18 Beulah Rosa Terrace, Milford.
Gina Rush Kittle, 2 Front Street.
Yes, indeed. Mr. Gormany, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. As mentioned, part of the mayor's proposed budget was unmerging what was merged a few years ago between Parks and Public Works. Just to give a little context, with
We're on page 11.
Sorry, thank you, page 11. With unmerging Parks and Public Works, we really kept the focus in this new department of Parks on the Parks side. So moving over the caretakers and other positions that primarily dealt with parks and trees and maintenance, moving back to a new department called Parks. Now, in the past, it was called Parks and Recreation because there was a recreation component to the department. We are not changing any of the recreational programming. That is staying with the youth department. The only change between the youth department will be that the park rangers are moving over to the new parks department, and the outdoor adventure coordinator, but all the recreation programming that youth and recreation is doing is staying within their department. So that's why this department is called Parks, because as we'll get into in a few slides, the focus was really on the parks piece as far as ground, maintenance, fields, trees, and so on. Mostly things related to open space and parks. So looking at slide 11 is the outline of the organizational chart of the new Parks Department. So as you can see, this is, excuse me, related to the different divisions that would be under this. Again, this organizational chart, which we'll get into in a few slides, includes the new position request that were made within the mayor's proposed budget, along with moving the positions back to the Parks Department. Looking at slide 12, we'll give an outline of the department itself. So again, based on the mayor's proposed budget, the total allocation that we're asking for with this Parks Department is $6.9 million for this department. Slide 13 will just outline how the department is, the focus of the departmental budget, which as you can see, 81% of the budget is based on personnel, but there is some non-personnel included in the budget as well. But a majority of the budget is really based on personnel within the department. So I will turn it over to Ms. Bombero and Mr. William for the remainder of the presentation.
So as you guys probably know, I had the pleasure of once serving as the Director of Parks and Recreation, and for 8 months of last year, thankfully didn't really take too much of this year, I was the acting director of Parks and Public Works. So I've seen it in both iterations. What the mayor is proposing to do is a third iteration. Some of the best of what was before and some of the lessons learned now, and re-envision parks with a real focus on things, both placemaking and functionality. So you'll see park district managers will span across place-based. So they'll have that real outreach role. They'll be the point of contact for folks, much like your police district manager or your LCI neighborhood specialist, your point of contact, the person to advocate for the area. Then you're gonna have the, specialists, the people cutting the grass, cleaning up the trash. We can't have, multiple trash trucks in every area. Those are, sometimes there have to be shared services. So those come down and they, come across and they work together in teams to optimize outcomes. As Mike said, a lot of the positions exist already. They're coming from either the Parks and Public Works Department or the recreation part of Yard. But we can't really do an apples to apples comparison on what used to be or what is now. So just to give you a sense, I use 2000 as the baseline because those of you that have been around the city for a long time know that there were rescission cuts in the early 2000s, and that's when the departments really were cut drastically. So as mentioned, Parks and Rec way back when had over 100 different positions associated with the department. But if you did a maintenance to maintenance comparison, back then that would have been 76 bodies assigned to maintenance. We were at our low somewhere in the 2000s. I couldn't get the exact number, but that was about 42 people assigned to the maintenance division. It was supplemented by a healthy seasonal budget. And I think that's where you're seeing us hurt a lot right now, is we've had a lot of trouble recruiting seasonals. Thankfully, you guys did increase the budget last year for our seasonal hiring, which allowed us to increase the minimum wage. We now start folks at 18 an hour for seasonals. We are posted right now for our seasonal hires to start us out this spring. If you know anybody that can pass a drug screen that is looking for work, it is safety sensitive work. So recreational marijuana is not permitted, which does hurt us in some of our recruitment efforts. But we're actively recruiting. And I think that's one of the reasons you're seeing staff feel very stressed, because without those seasonal employees, we used to have 4 to 5 applicants for every slot. We weren't able to fill all our slots last summer. So that's really stressing folks out. So from our low of about 42 maintenance employees in the mid 2000s, you guys have put forth effort in the last couple of budgets. You increased the tree department. You added 2 new positions last year. So coming into this, we have about 51 full-time maintenance staff assigned, and this will increase that by another 6 bodies as illustrated. There's, again, the director and 3 Parks District managers. we can't really do an apples to apples comparison on those because some of it is recreation. They're going to be responsible for activating these spaces, engaging in volunteer recruitment, helping identify outside funding to do some of those small projects, to do some small project management, to really place make and attach people to our spaces. We know that helps make the places more respected and safer. So really engaging that way and serving as that point of contact. It does take an existing deputy from Public Works, an existing deputy from Yard to oversee the planning and administration functions. We do want to do a comprehensive master planning process. We have not done one since the early 2000s. So really need to sit down and do that again. You saw great success at the library. They updated theirs just a few years ago. So it's time to sit back, roll up the sleeves and do that work. Many of you might have remembered in 1995, we were host of the Special Olympic World Games. We saw a massive infrastructure investment in the park system. And you're seeing a lot of that aging out right now. And we have to focus on those projects. And it's going to keep us very busy. So it brings us back to having 3 deputies, something that, because we are adding that deputy of operations. So those 3 deputies existed in the 2000s, one for management, one for recreation, and one for operations. Again, we talked about the 3 district managers. Superintendent of fields, again, there were 3 superintendents in 2000. The superintendents of fields focus will be twofold. One, as that point of contact for athletics. The Board of Ed is all over the city. They're not in one region. They need one point of contact. Our soccer teams, they play in all different areas of the city. Somebody to do all that scheduling, to plan things out. If you put this field under to grow the grass for 6 weeks, well, you can't get the team on to play while it takes root. You've got to figure out where to put them because you can't stop play. So somebody to do all that balancing, make the investments that we need, because it's easier to maintain a field that's in good condition than it is to, put Band-Aid on after Band-Aid on, holding it together, trying to keep the drainage when the clay's not pitched right, or, all the Punzo's laughing at me right now, but if the clay's not in good condition, you're never going to be able to get it dry when you need it. So focusing on that. We're restoring 2 parks for persons. Again, the high in 2000 was 7 for people. We have 4 right now. This brings us back. 1 will be devoted to our projects and the shop, inventory control, good oversight there, ordering of supplies and equipment, making sure staff have what they need. The other will be dedicated to fields. Again, we put a lot of emphasis on our youth, and their connection into our parks, in addition to our playgrounds, is through our ball fields, and we want them to be in great condition. It's also a promotional opportunity for folks. Our 4 people are frontline working supervisors. It's that first step up, a promotional opportunity for our workforce. And then the specialization. Field technician will be a new title. We used to have caretaker 3, which was both tracks. It was, that second or third step for people on both the project crews and in fields. What we're doing is we're specializing. So the caretaker 3 title, which exists and you added to last year, that will be the project focus, up towards the trades track. And then the field technician will be that promotional opportunity up towards on the field side, because people really take pride in one side or the other. There's some people that do everything, but this allows people to specialize and really improve our quality performance in those areas. So those are the new positions. Again, our high in 2000 was 76. This would bring us to 57 positions for maintenance. It's this split between administrative, so we can do that planning. We can get ahead of the curve on those purchases. A lot of effort goes into procurement, so we have the supplies that we need, and that we're not in crisis management mode. We ordered 3 hook trucks last June or July. We still haven't seen those yet. But, over at DPW, our new superintendent of motor vehicles was able to go out on the lots, and we got 5 new trucks, specifically on the park side this fall, because we were able to make those purchases. They received 4 new mowers through efforts that Stephen did on procurement there, and we're about to receive 2 large over-the-road mowers in the next couple of weeks.
We just received them.
We just received them, so they got delivered, hot off the presses. So we're really excited about that. And then again, a lot goes into hiring and recruitment for our seasonal workforce, and that takes a lot of back time office and supervision staff to do that, to make sure that the work in the field gets done. So I think I've exhausted this slide. Again, we're moving to those focus areas. The grounds team will work on trash, cleaning, grass cutting, and they're going to identify those infrastructure needs that will go to the trades crews and the project teams. And then the athletics and field group, those are where the new positions are, but what that does is it frees up capacity for the other areas, because there's more bodies, and they'll be specialized. And again, it creates those points of contacts for athletic leagues, and helps make those decisions. Okay, the same person scheduling is the one making the rain out decision, because that's always a difficult decision. And the person making the schedule doesn't want to cancel, but the person that has to maintain the field knows that if you're not making that difficult decision, it's going to hurt you later down the line. And having it the same person, you can have that internal conflict. Overview of some of the goals and objectives for the fiscal year. A lot of project work with our partners at engineering. We have a lot of big projects in the pipeline. Lighthouse Point Park. We are moving into that new maintenance facility that they just finished for us, and that work is going to begin on the bathhouse. So we're getting ready for that. Obviously, we've finished the field over at Wilbur Cross, but there's a lot of Wilbur Cross complex work to be done. I believe the fence just started going in up at Rice Field. We'll be realigning the soccer fields. We will be reseeding the practice field for soccer over at Lake. So a lot of different pieces moving around there to improve our complex at Wilbur Cross. And we're really adding back that complex at Kimberly. There used to be a lot more play over there, but due to drainage shifts, we lost those fields. So those projects are getting ready, and we're really excited to have another anchor for a multi-use field for either soccer or lacrosse or flag football with that baseball field, and really improve that park over there. Renovations are soon to be beginning at Long Wharf Park. Again, this is mostly an engineering project, but supporting that project through and getting ready to manage it. Long Wharf, as you guys know, is an animal of itself. We do get reimbursement out of the enterprise fund from the food truck paradise for the additional cleaning and trash support that goes on out there, but really improving that and making it easier to manage. I talked about the master planning process overall, but you guys were very gracious in authorizing the grant we were awarded, and Annie is about to get her RFP out on the street for the tree system master planning process. So really doing a deep dive on the tree side of the house. And again, a lot of this proposal focuses on improving communication, the feedback loop. So we're not, changing a game schedule last minute, which stresses out the staff, but having that good feedback loop so we're all on the same page, both with external partners and internally. And one of the other goals is to improve access to park assets, including restrooms. The community programming team will be responsible to figure out how to open up those buildings more, how to make those destinations and the comfort stations, bring them back to life. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Is that it, Mr. Berman?
That concludes the presentation.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. We thank you, Ms. Bombero, for all the ways in which you covered for various positions that were open. I forgot how many it was. It was more than one for sure. We appreciate that. So we are now going to take questions for committee members. I see that Alder Morrison is on the queue, followed by Alder Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I have a couple of questions. I don't even know where to start. I'll start with this equipment issue, right? I've been hearing, I've been on this board 13 years. That's where I've been hearing complaints about broken equipment, all this stuff for the 13 years. And in listening to the testimony today, that really made me sad because I know I have a Scantlebury Park. So I know I'm calling about my park. I have the trail, I'm calling. So if I'm calling, you got 29 other people calling about all this stuff. And being in Connecticut, you have a very short time of spring and summer. And so I get, this proposal about redoing this system, having this department, but what are you doing to make things happen? I mean, the outline is nice, but I still don't hear any way where the guy, he talked about that machine that he has to use to make these lines. He don't even have a machine. He gotta try to figure it out. There's 64 parks. How are we doing that? I hear a lot of emphasis on this new structure, but how are we doing that? I think that's most important, because you can have the best structure in the world, but if you can't get the work done, what's the need for the structure?
Sure. I know, part of the pressure has been we had a long-term absence in the parks mechanic. That position is, after 18 months of long-term injury, recently vacated.
Ms. Bombera, if you just move because you triggered that one.
Sorry, I tried to make eye contact
I
and forgot
understand.
about it. So that position, after 18-month vacancy due to injury, is recently vacant. Hopefully that will improve some of the existing infrastructure. But as I mentioned, we got 4 new cutters late last fall. Stephen just was able to announce that the 2 large mowers that were ordered earlier this winter, we just took delivery of, so those will be available. There's new field equipment that's in the process of procurement. Lining machines are off the shelf, so if they got jammed by paint in the last season, those are easy to replace. Again, the 4-person for the team will be in the shop and responsible for that low-level equipment ordering, and then that additional layer of supervision. They're not just there to supervise, they're there to make sure that we have everything we need to be able to do our job. So doing the procurement, doing the bids, writing those specifications, and planning for that 5-year replacement schedule rather than the crisis management. When you're stretched too thin, you end up only responding to the crises rather than doing the mindful and planning work ahead of time so you don't get there.
Okay, so I get that, right, for later. I'm talking about right now, because this structure and all these outlines that you put in place, I just don't see the outcome. I don't see where right now the grass is gonna be cut on the trail. The grass is gonna be cut, or those different things. And so I just wanted to put that out there about the equipment, because to me, the equipment and the bodies getting there are most important versus the structure. From a management perspective, I understand, but from an actual perspective and outcome, that's what I'm more so looking at. The other piece that I wanted to ask about, you're talking about the seasonal workers, right? And something that you said really, threw a bell off for me. You said we're looking for seasonal workers, and hopefully they can pass the testing. What testing are we referring to? Because now that cannabis is legal, what are you doing? Because I know a lot of people, I can tell you right now, a lot of people I could send, but they small.
And that's the unfortunate thing is it is safety sensitive work. And unlike alcohol, there's no potency test. So because of that, there's carve-outs in the legislation for safety-sensitive work, like landscaping, where you're using dangerous equipment, where you could injure yourself. And as such, we do a pre-employment drug screen that needs to be passed.
Right, but you said there's no, in my work, there's every kind of test. So what you just said is not correct. They do have the potency testing. They can pull your hair and tell you the last time that, that you smoked, and if it's a large impact or not.
You could provide that
31 years in
information
DCF, because we try to get people to get their kids back. So I know that there are tests like that, because we're always talking about employment. We're always talking about employing people in the city of New Haven. But if we don't take away these barriers, you got people that smoke cannabis because they have anxiety. Not that their anxiety is so bad that they can't work, but they smoke because they have anxiety. And so we have to look internally, and that's really my question. What are we doing internally to get with the times? Not to say you want people that's high and all that, but at the same time, we got to take away these barriers if we want these bodies. Because I really was feeling the parks staff that came up here. They're like, please get us some bodies. But if out of every 10 people that try to come on, and 8 smoke, but they're a good person and they're a good worker, and they smoke because medically they've been assigned this. I'm not even just talking about recreational. I'm talking about medical. So those type of things, we have a responsibility, because going back to the financial and getting these bodies, that's a barrier that the city has and that you guys got to figure out. So I wanted to say that. And then in regards to the tree arborists, like, I always know that's always an issue. Do we have, because at one time we had 1, 2.
So we have 2 arborists. I'm happy to report that if you report a concern, it will be inspected usually within 48 hours. If there's a weekend or a vacation day or a holiday, sometimes it takes a little longer than that. We do still have a backlog on the trimming, but we're getting closer and closer to that. We've received a number of grants. Again, having that additional supervisor in the tree division, Annie's been able to pursue a lot of different grant opportunities. She's been very successful with those. I think her report today, one of our grants, we've had a contractor in doing some of the older removals, the priority 2s. They've completed 50 of those removals, and we anticipate about another dozen or so to come out of that grant, which is great. That's chipping off the backlog. So if on the inspections, completely up to date there. And even to the point that if something's been on the system for a while, we can send them back out to reassess, to say, oh, okay, is this still a priority 2 or is it now a priority 1?
So the assessments, that people get mad about that, right? Don't send me a person to assess and then they're like, yep, that is broke. And then you don't see them for another year. That's just pissing me off. Like, you just trying to check off your boxes. So I'm really looking at, as far as arborists and actually being able to do the work, because those are the kind of complaints that I'm hearing. I'm not hearing that you guys aren't coming out to assess. I'm hearing the complaints that you guys aren't coming back to do the work. And what I'm, and all the stuff that you're looking to do and change and up, down, what are we doing again to have impact? Because it's about impact.
So you guys made the investment in the tree crew in 2019. So that increased the crew by 1 additional. We are currently shopping for another tree truck because, again, aging infrastructure, we've seen that 3rd truck to be down a lot more than it's up. So looking to replace that. And as we said, we've been very successful in grants to supplement, to help get rid of some of that backlog to move forward.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your answers.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. Next on the queue is Alder Furlow, followed by Alder Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Deputy CAO, for your presentation. I'll be really quick. This is a lot of information. So I'm not going to ask questions about the positions because I need to read it more thoroughly. I want to listen to you. But I will ask, just following up on the equipment, $112,000 for equipment. What does this, what does this include? Is this the broken? We heard the equipment was outdated,
So
broken.
there's general fund equipment and then there's capital equipment. So we have both an ARPA line and the vehicle capital, which buys the larger scale equipment. Like those mowers we mentioned, the 4 we got in the fall and the 2 that just got in, those don't come out of the general fund equipment line. The general fund equipment lines for the small equipment, like I mentioned, the paint liner, that's a $300 piece of equipment that comes off the shelf. It's a commodity. You know, you need one every couple of years when the paint gets jammed up in the nozzle.
And we don't have that currently.
And we,
So
that
I'm
is
just
the
trying to figure
level
out-
of detail
so,
that
right, so I understand the general fund and capital. So I'm just trying to figure out why we receive testimony of things that we don't have. And is it because it wasn't budgeted? But what happened? The striper wasn't there, or did you, we got testimony, you didn't hear the testimony? We got testimony that equipment was broken.
Yes.
And so are they talking about things that come out of the general fund or capital fund or a mixture of both?
Chair?
Yes, please.
Just to speak to some of the age of our equipment, those wide arm mowers that were described during the testimony, they're over 12, 15, sometimes 20 years old, some of our equipment in our current fleet. To keep them up and running, which is a testament to, how our department is managing our parts replacement. We have to triage those part repairs. Those parts now are extremely expensive, and also because of the age of the equipment, they're starting to break down more frequently. So to keep
I'm just having a hard time understanding why you would keep equipment for 20 years. We know that this equipment has a lifespan. Why not come before this body and say, look, this equipment is only going to last 12 years. We have to do something to be proactive so that we don't end up having to hire 10 people to manage something that's been broke for 20 years. And so I'm just trying to get my head around it, and I appreciate your testimony. Maybe there's not an answer that you can pull up right away, but I think this is something that we should be thinking about. This $112,000, and then what, we're not talking about capital right now, but, to hear that we have so many things that are broken that should have been bought previously, that just concerns me. And so I won't get into that debate, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate the time that you've given, and I'll take more time to look into these other positions, but I will just say for now, this seems top heavy based on what we heard we need. And that's what I was hoping to hear more about, more of what we need on the ground than what we may need in the office. And I appreciate the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Next on the queue, we have Alder Smith, followed by Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for you guys. What is more important, these district managers or more bodies in the parks to work?
That's a difficult question. Boots on the ground are always really important, but I think one of the things we heard a lot in the community process was that communication and feedback loop. And I think this proposal tries to strike that balance.
Okay. My next question to you, which I do support my colleagues on, we have a lot of things that are currently in the parks that we need to pay attention to, like our ranger stations, the houses in which that we have that are in the parks. And I believe there's like 7 houses. It's 4 now. So what are we doing to continue to keep the upkeeping of those entities before they become dilapidated? And then you're gonna be back before this board asking for more money, which they can be utilized in the city to do a lot of things within these communities.
So I think right now it's not a funding shortfall, it's a capacity issue. We're working with our partners in engineering to get a lot of bids out through the funds you guys allocated for ARPA for upgrades to all of our community buildings and ranger buildings in the system. Stephen's working on the assessment over at the Lake House Caretaker Cottage where we had a long-term employee turnover. So it's currently vacant and it needs some envelope repairs and some plumbing repairs before that gets reoccupied. So really, it's not a funding shortfall, it's a capacity issue. So we need those boots on the ground on the administrative side to do those bid specifications, to get the RFP out, to manage the contractors, to get the work completed.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would like for you to be able to get an update on all of the properties that the Parks Department have in the house and to find out what type of repairs need to be done before it becomes before this finance committee as a budget issue.
So noted.
Thank you, sir. Also, when you talk about these positions and you talk about the rangers, I understand we have 7 ranger stations that are in the parks. If you don't know, I'll give you the list of it. You have Edgerton Park, East Rock, Edgewood, the Nature Center, and I believe, well, there's no more Camp Cedar Crest. And Lighthouse Park, is there a ranger station still at Lighthouse Park?
So Edgerton and Lighthouse no longer have ranger stations. Those facilities were converted.
Okay. And I do understand.
But West Rock is the one. So I had 4, East Rock, Barnard, Edgewood, West Rock.
I understand that there has been a lot of folks that have been inquiring about more rangers to be able to be a part of back into the parks for the educational portion with the children, and they want to see more rangers that are out there. What are the plans in putting these rangers to do those things versus these district managers?
So I think there'll be a collaboration between the district managers, the part-time community programming staff, and the rangers to develop robust programming, both indoors and outdoors in the ranger stations, and in parks that don't have those buildings. The ranger stations are traditionally in the larger parks, but we have parks in the city that don't have ranger stations. You could do great programming out at Long Wharf, in the tidal basins, or, along the canal trail. There's a lot of different opportunities throughout the city, and really need to be mindful about that, and leverage different partnerships. I know Youth and Recreation has activated some of the ranger stations through partnerships. Edgewood, Friends of Edgewood Park has had a long-standing partnership with the Parks Department where they run Nature Pals, which is a program done on a volunteer basis, which engages preschool age children in the park in nature activities. So there's lots of different opportunities, and I think it's a great opportunity to really energize.
I want to circle back around what my colleagues have just talked about in regards to the equipment within the Parks Department. As we all know, spring is approaching, and there's more than just the cutters that's been 20 years beyond, more than equipment that has been 20 years beyond. What is the expectancies of expediting the proper equipment for the men and women that work within the department so that they can get the work done in all of the parks now versus putting on these extra positions?
I'd just like to say, so in the past year, in the past fiscal year, we actually had 3 new mowers purchased in addition to the 4 in the fall. The 2 just came in that I reported on. We are replacing some of our older landscaping equipment, some of our smaller equipment on a timely basis, making sure our staff is equipped with backpack blowers, weed whackers, pruning equipment, edgers, things of that nature. That's already in progress, and we already have replaced some of those older models. For the field grooming equipment, we have a bid that we're working on to make sure that we have new field grading equipment that we can train on. So we've been continuing making progress in those regards. The lead times on certain equipment, yes, that is a challenge because, as you know, since COVID, it's been difficult to order some of our larger scale models. Sometimes they're 12, 14, 16 months out. And so we have to make that decision, how we equip now to have our workers have something to do their job to the best of their ability and can handle their workload. So we are expediting as much as possible, and we'll continue to do so. Some of our vehicles as well, through working with the fleet, that's been the fleet management and public works, and that assistance has greatly helped us position us in a better position than last year with some of our vehicles.
So you're saying for the last 3 years, there have not been any mowers for the people to cut the grass? That's what you just said.
No. There have been mowers that have been deployed. These are mowers that are being phased in so that those mowers that are the most in need of repairs can be kind of the secondary mowers. The ones that have those continuous breakdowns can go in the back line while they're being repaired, so the new mowers go out. So we're really trying to get as creative as possible to keep the fleet, the parks maintenance fleet afloat with the tree division. And it has been a challenge over the past year, as Ms. Bombero mentioned, about having not a full-time mechanic on board, but we're keeping trying our best.
So the mechanic has been an issue. So who's doing all of the work for you?
So we were able to use assistance from DPW on overtime because they have the split shift. There was supplement that way, and there's also several of the other tradesmen have mechanical acumen, so they have been supplementing. That's one of the challenges with only having a single position. When somebody goes out on long-term injury, you do hurt. So through the merger, that was one of the great examples, being able to pull on the DPW mechanics for that assistance, or using swing shifts within other trades to cover the work.
My last question is probably repetition, but I just need to hear. So you're saying you're ready to go out for this spring and all of the equipment is ready for the workers to be able to utilize to cut grass, to blow leaves, to do ball fills, to rake the fields, because we heard that they had no equipment for raking the fields. So you're saying that it's all ready to go with that?
Always more equipment to buy, but I think we're in good position. We're not going to be putting down crews because we don't have the equipment to send them out.
Thank you, Alder Smith. Alder Festa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm going to make a request once again. After hearing testimony from, some of our parks employees, this presentation, I'm still trying to wrap my head around these positions. And this is why it's extremely important for this board, especially this board, to have these job descriptions. And now I'm going to go a little further. I am asking for job descriptions of every position in the Parks Department. I need to know what every person does out there. I think it's important.
Alder Festa, I hear your request. What we've heard from the city staff is that for positions that already exist, for which there's already a position, the description, we can get that. For positions that are newly proposed, what we heard from the staff today, from Mr. Gormany, is that they haven't actually written those job descriptions because they don't do that until after the position is approved. And they also need to run it by their union colleagues for the appropriate bargaining unit. So what we were told at the fairly early in this workshop is that if it's a new position, unless it's like another position that are of a fifth of a group of four, five, where there's already a description. If it's a new position that is like different from other positions, there isn't necessarily a position description yet.
While I appreciate, your answer with all due respect, corporations don't work that way. And if we look at this as a corporation, these job descriptions and all the union discussions, even if it's just to discuss, should have taken place before we post these positions. I mean, we're talking about a whole new department.
Alder Festa, let me interrupt you, because I'm the chair, I can do that. What the administration said is that they would provide us as much information as possible, even if it's not the formal position description, right? Bargaining unit, collective bargaining unit agreements have to be followed, and there is a process in place that has to be followed as well. So your interest in understanding as best as you can what these newly created positions are, that's a legitimate interest. And I will pursue that with the administration to get all the information we can. But what we've been told tonight is that if it's a new position for which there's not already a position description, that doesn't get created until later. So I will follow up on your request to get, and what I'm hearing is that for existing positions in the Parks Department, let's get all those position descriptions, which is probably quite a few, but they can produce that for us. And then positions that don't yet exist, for which there's not already a position description, then we're going to ask for what they have or what they can generate that will actually describe what this job is going to do, even if it's not the formal position description. So I will definitely follow up on that request. So noted.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's just, there's a lot going on. There's a lot of moving parts, and I think it's important for us to get the best understanding possible, because this is a lot of money we're talking about as well. And through you, Mr. Chair, too, we may need this department to come back before us to maybe,
I understand that's your request, and I'll take it under consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Okay. So we heard testimony, we need more boots on the ground. We kind of beat that horse, but how do we, there's all these, I'm just going to use upper management positions that are being requested. And how are we going to utilize those positions out in the field, since we need more boots on the ground?
So I think twofold. One, the coordination is really important for being able to help optimize the work in the field. If you're getting 3 different directives from different places and it's not well coordinated, you're not going to be the most efficient in your use out in the field. You heard a lot about equipment and supplies. There is an administrative function to making sure we have that when we need it. Having the plans in place so that you have the proactive replace schedule, and that you're ordering something 18 months in advance if it has an 18-month lead time, rather than waiting until you need it. So there is that need to support out in the field. And again, while we're not at the low, a lot of what we're feeling in terms of pressure out in the field is because we have not been able to recruit and fill those seasonal positions. And that is an administrative task as well. So not having the back office support really does hurt in the field as well.
But are those deputies and supervisors going to go out there and do the work when we can't find that summer help, the seasonal help? Are they going to go and put their boots on and actually go and mow lawns and stripe fields and be proactive in
Unfortunately, due to union rules, there's only so much assistance a supervisor can give. That doesn't mean that they don't roll up their sleeves to help and train and assist, generally during events, even I'm out there picking up a couple pieces of trash that fall through the cracks when we're cleaning up the green after an event,
Okay, I mean, okay. So prior to merging DPW and Parks, we were already separate. We had Parks and Rec as a separate department. Then it got merged with DPW, and now we're separating again. So what's changing? From then to now, what's changing? Because I'm not, we had problems before, we continue to have problems. What's going to change?
So I think before the merger, we were still significantly down from the ideal staffing model, that 2000 baseline of 101 for the combined department or 76 for the maintenance division. And we have more assets than we did in 2000. We now have 16 splash pads. And those splash pads, because of their use pattern, they need to be poked every day from the end of school to the Labor Day weekend. Somebody needs to go and make sure that they're functioning and that there's no trash and debris or hazards on them because of the use pattern that they're on. Our athletic uses, it's not you play 3 different sports. Like every sport is on every field from, they would be on right now if we let them through, the first snowflakes. Like that intensity has only increased. And you saw during COVID, people are getting out more and more. The litter has increased exponentially. So the demands have gone up while the staffing has gone down. So this, you guys have made investments year after year to help restore towards that. And this continues along that pathway. And yes, it may seem top heavy, but a lot of those are intentionally there to be force multipliers, to leverage those additional grants, to work with our friends groups, and to cultivate volunteer bases, and to engage people in these spaces so that they have the programming to make them engaging and safe and placemaking, to make them safer and more inviting.
I get it. I get you need the supervision but it sounds like we still don't have the corrective number of people to actually address all those concerns you just mentioned. The fields, the splash pads, all of that. But I'll just go on to my next question. You mentioned the new assistant superintendent will be point person for Board of Ed athletics. We have an athletic director.
So scheduling of fields has to, balance Board of Ed needs against all those community groups. They have to coordinate all of the rainouts with the maintenance activities. If you have rain today, you've got rain tomorrow. Now you've got 2 games and 8 teams that you need to fit into a limited number of fields and get all in before the end of the season. So that point person balances those needs. So they're not calling both the maintenance division and the rec division for scheduling because that's just not efficient.
But how are we utilizing then our athletic director? How will, what?
So that the athletic director is not the only user of our fields. So the athletic director does all of the compliance, their schedules, their recruitment, their coaches. We are basically the landlord. We provide the field and the field conditions for them to play on. So it is, the interplay that way and balancing the tier 1 user, which is Board of Ed and our students, with all of our other user groups, which, tiered from Board of Ed to youth uses to adult uses.
Right, but the athletic director also coordinates some of that, field usage. But
Limit
I'm
to
gonna-
Board of Ed, not the
okay.
youth groups and the adult groups and everything.
Okay, so we have to separate the two, but I guess then why is this assistant superintendent? Is that just on the Board of Ed side?
So we have two superintendents now that oversee our grounds and projects teams. What this does is break out somebody, pulls some of the administrative responsibility on field back from the rec department for scheduling, and it oversees the maintenance and planning on fields. One of our superintendents years ago had this expertise and filled that role. Again, in 2000, we had these three superintendents, so it just brings us back to there.
Okay, and again, this goes down to job descriptions. Who does that now?
Again, those responsibilities are divided amongst multiple people such that there's not a common decision maker. And, one person might have to talk to three people to change the time and not have conflict in the field, but then figure out the rain out situations and the field conditions. And centralizing that decision maker will improve the quality of the fields and the experience for those users.
So who does, you know what? I'm a visual person. I probably need a chart to see what we have and what you plan to do. Because we have a person, right, who does that now.
We have a person that schedules, we have a person that plans facility upgrades, we have a person that does maintenance, and we have a person that does the cutting.
Okay. Okay. I will yield, Mr. Chair. There's a lot of information that we got tonight, and it's getting late, and I have to just absorb all this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Festa. Next is Alder Walker-Myers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we heard a lot tonight about a lot of different things. Like, my head is actually spinning right now. But we also heard a lot about seasonal workers. Do you think I know that helps out financially, but do you think they need permanent workers or more permanent workers versus seasonal? Because we keep talking about our fields and stuff is being used more. Everything is different than it was in 2000 when we had this number of staff that got decreased. So would it make sense? And I think we should keep seasonal workers around, not saying that, but does it make sense to add a couple of regular workers? Is that why we're having trouble getting those seasonal people, or no?
I think it's a combination. You've got the gig workforce, so a lot of people that used to look for these seasonal or part-time opportunities now are going to work at Amazon or driving Uber Eats, or we lost a couple people that got jobs as flight attendants at Avello. There's a lot of different things out there for folks. We did increase to 18 an hour after you guys passed the budget last year, which was helpful. I think we are finding that because it is safety sensitive work, our standards are a challenge for us in terms of recruitment. But there are definitely things that are only seasonal, like Lighthouse. We need from Memorial Day through, we have Indian summer now. We generally go a little later than Labor Day now. Grass cutting. Last year we actually got rain, so we didn't burn out. Normally you start running the mowers a lot less come August because the grass is all burnt out. But we were really, because of the rain patterns, one, behind because it was too wet to send them out from sometimes, and two, it kept growing and growing, and I already have a lush green yard. It's weird. We'll probably be cutting in the next couple of weeks. So looking, long term, every year is a challenge. I sat through the testimony like you did. There's a lot of different departments that wanted things, and do we want more? Absolutely. But this is a great start. We're happy to take anything more than that, though.
I'm only asking because sometimes sometimes we think in like the short term. And I just think so I'm sitting here listening to all the testimony and all the question, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around all of it. I think it's some communication problems. Like people don't know what's coming in, what didn't come in, what did come in. That's not being articulated out. Like a whole bunch of things. We might need to plan better. I'm just trying to think about what make it more efficient, and we actually get what we need for the workers in the Parks Department and what we get for the residents. Because ultimately, if the departments aren't being ran well, our residents feel it. So that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around without stepping into different lanes that we shouldn't be stepping in.
Understood, yeah. And, there are a lot of seasonal functions that we do that are, that 120 days. And then as we talked, those athletic seasons seem to get stretched and stretched and stretched. Does that then trigger it's no longer seasonal but year round? We are slower in the winter months, especially when there's no snow. But, is there enough to keep them busy?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alderman Marks. I have 4 people on the queue, 4 colleagues on the queue to ask questions. I'm going to cut it there because it's late and we have another department that's coming before us. I also just want to observe that certainly the staff have heard from many of us already about concern about the maintenance issues that were brought up, concern about whether or not the additional staff are in the roles that would be most beneficial to have added. So if a colleague simply wants to add on to that, you don't need to. It's already been said. That message has been sent. So at this point, what I'm looking for is new questions. If you don't have one, let me know and we will move on. If you just want to add to somebody's already expressed opinion, then we don't have time for that. It's late. So I'm going to ask colleagues who are left on the queue, if you have a question, that's great. Let's hear what it is. If you want to agree with someone who's already spoken, you don't need to do that. That's for deliberations. So, Alder.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the presentation. Question I have is, do we have, when we purchase the new equipment or the equipment that we've had in the past, is there insurance, warranties, extended warranties on this equipment?
Depends on the level of the equipment. You start to see the warranties. Like we just bought a new step machine. I believe we purchased the 3-year extended warranty on that. That's good for pretty much anything, including some of the wear and tear, which is terrific. Some of the smaller things, like those paint machines we were talking about, they're more consumable, like the string trimmers. You're not really getting those extended warranties because they're not saving you much. You might as well just buy the new one. The bigger stuff, yes, they have warranties and extended warranties. But as Stephen mentioned, when you're getting to the 15, 20-year mark, you're well past those periods.
So I guess, can that equipment be insured? I mean, that's just.
The city's self-insured.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Hurt. Alder, I'm going to come back to you, Alder Smith, after Alder Hamilton, because she hasn't asked a question. Alder, no. Next is Alder Rosa for our Santana.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to belabor the issues, but I do know that a few years ago, we talked about rolling stocks in all departments, and there was a big to-do about doing that. Not just with cars or trucks. It has to deal with mechanical problems. So what was the plan? If you had a plan in place and you didn't follow it? I guess that's my question, because we're down here and listening to testimony.
So I think what you saw is COVID changed all the rules to the game when it came to fleet and planning. What you used to, make your decision in July 1 and see something arrive in November, January of that year. Now you have to have a relationship with the car dealer such that they give you the heads up that the small little window is going to open for your order, and they might have this. And maybe you get your order in, and if you do, you might see it in 9 months, you might see it in 12 months, or like the electric garbage truck we ordered, you might see it in 2 years, or that fire truck we're going to see in 3 years when she put in that order. So COVID really changed the game, and we're weighing those decisions of, do you go the traditional route, or do you start to make value decisions of, okay, we're going to go buy what's on the lot because we know if we get something a little bit different than what we want, we're going to see it in 3 weeks. Like, we wouldn't have gotten through the snow season if we didn't do that this year, because we were able to get vehicles that quickly. We purchased things that people had decided last minute not to buy, so we were able to get them in. So those are the things that are taking a lot of time to do to make sure we get equipment, because normally we would be making, we've got to make that even before we would have. And just those time periods are changing. Even like the fleet managers are constantly on the phone with their contracts trying to understand what those order windows look like, what they're shifting to, what they're quoting on delivery times. Like if somebody shows me a quote for a piece of equipment, I'm like, okay, great, but what's the lead time on this? When are we going to see it? Because that changes your decision.
Thank you for that, because I do know there was a lot of effort put into other departments to do that. And so hopefully going forward, that shouldn't be an issue.
It's starting to normalize in a predictable schedule, but they're still extremely long periods.
Okay, thank you.
Some of them are longer than our normal capital borrowing cycles.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Farasenta. Oh, do you?
Can I add something?
Of course you.
I just wanted to say, just like the question that Becky just answered for what happened years ago, just please bear with us and remember that Steve has been in place for just over a year. I've been here for just two years, and the director that's there has been in place since, how many? Well, he's supposed to be the director, and this is the department. He's the director, but now we're splitting this department up. So we're trying to answer for things that we weren't even here. Some of us weren't even here. And Becky is not the director of a new department that we're trying to create. So we're trying to fill in these answers with, some of us weren't even here when some of these things occurred in the past. And this department is not yet here, and we don't have that director that's going to be actually answering. So that's why we got Becky here now trying to fill in, because she held that role previously and then filled in for a period of time last year. So just please take all of that into consideration.
We appreciate your support of your staff, and we definitely take it into account. But I think Deputy CAO Bombero is giving a lot of information.
She's doing a phenomenal job.
She's giving a lot of information. Is that it, Alder?
Yes. I had forgotten about the COVID, that kind of.
We'd all love to
stalled
forget
everything.
about it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Alder. Alder Hamilton, and then Alder Smith, and then we'll move on to the next department.
Thank you, Chair Marchand. Good evening, folks. The backlog of tree trimming and stump removal and all that. What is the plan for that? Because I haven't heard anything about, I know that I'm getting bombarded by residents about them being on this list for my trees that hasn't gotten trimmed in a whoopsie long time. Now, are we gonna address in some timely manner the backlog for tree trimming and especially stump removal? Because I have a couple on my block.
Well, the great news about the stump removal is through our partnerships with URI, when Annie got that planning grant, they also got a large grant for tree planting and stump removal. So in addition to the planting that they're going to be doing with that fund, all those planting sites, they'll be removing the stumps on. So that'll take a large chunk out of our backlog of stumps, probably over close to a half. I wouldn't say quite half of the stump, but that will get taken care of through those outside funds. So we're chasing after a lot of outside funds to supplement. We've right-sized for what the long-term needs are going to be. We continue to supplement through those capital dollars that you have increased over time to do that contract work. We are seeing a lot more stress on the trees due to climate change. In addition, you guys probably got sick of hearing me talk about elms and only trimming them during the winter months. Oaks have been added to that list. So now there's 2 types of trees we can only trim from leaf drop to leaf bud. And oaks and elms are a lot of our tree inventory. So we spend the majority of those winter months focusing on those because that's the only time you can trim them, because otherwise you put them in high risk. But we are slowly decreasing that backlog number. As I mentioned, we are now up to date on inspections, so we can determine that hazard level and appropriately queue things, rather than something waiting in the queue for an inspection for 2 to 3 months, only to get there saying, "Oh my goodness, that's the worst tree I've ever seen," and then get to it.
Still doesn't say what timeline for any starting of this work.
So it's almost impossible to project trees like that because of the weather events. You know, we get wind events that might add 50 to 70 trees to our backlog in any given month. Those, you know, in December, I think we had one of them. We lucked out. In January, we were prepared for a couple of them, and those wind events came, and we only had a couple of big calls. So it ebbs and flows over time. The hazards do change things. Like, you remember a few years ago, we had to add all the ashes in the city into the inventory. Ash borer is gone. We're really happy about that. We're assessing now if we can leave those ashes that are still slated for removal up because they are coming back. The question is, are they coming back in a healthy manner such that they are going to not have defects and failures, or is the wood that's growing in and replacing all the dead wood, is it really weak and going to break and be hazardous? So trying to balance that right now.
Says nothing to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Hamilton. I think, we'll figure out the appropriate time in the appropriate place to follow up on that. Because it's an issue that's got a long-standing concern. Hold on, I'm not asking you to respond. I just think that we'll have to consider the budget request ahead of us, which has a lot to do with a bunch of the operations of the department. Doesn't appear to be as directly involved in the trees part. So, we'll have to think about that as we cogitate on this budget proposal and think about possible amendments.
I would like to add, we're about to start the master planning process on trees that was funded by grants approved by this board and therefore special fund budget. And that will, work to address some of those concerns, really assess everything, not just the things that we get complaints on, but the overall health of the canopy, making sure that we are right-sized, and have the appropriate ordinances in place. We're doing the necessary maintenance pruning, but really how to get to that true zero, such that you are caught up. Remember, we had a 3-year backlog at one point. It is slowly dwindling.
I'm gonna let you make one more comment on this, and then we have our last question, and then we really do need to move to our final department.
Just to add, and I know Ms. Bombero mentioned it before, this past year we did purchase a new stump grinder. We've had that since, I'd like to say, May, June, and we have been stump grinding. So you'll see, as we head into spring, a lot of those stumps starting to get grinded. A lot of them are, like Ms. Bombero indicated, the URI free planting program. Some of those, when there's a new tree to be planted in replacement, those go sooner because a tree is being planted, and that is actually ramping up because our partners have a grant that's increasing planting. So we'll expect seeing also having that equipment to grind, and then also our backup, which was our former stump grinding. So any locations we'll keep moving forward on in expediting that timeline, reducing it.
Thank you for that additional information. Alder Smith, you have the final question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be very, very fast with this. Is the CDL still a requirement to cut grass?
CDL is not a requirement to cut grass. We actually removed the entry-level CDL requirement. It is now a 12-month hire. So we were giving this caretaker test, I want to say like every 3 months because we weren't getting a good candidate pool. Our last list, I believe, had 9 folks on it this time. So we did analyze that to determine how best to increase our entry level and the list size so that we have a list longer. I mean, we used to have a list for 2 years. And at one point during the pandemic, literally, I think we got one list that had 2 people on it and needed to give that test almost immediately thereafter.
Was that just for seasonal or that's for everyone?
Seasonal does not have a CDL requirement. We don't even require a driver's license with a seasonal because your landscape equipment doesn't require it. It's not over the road. And they're assigned to full-timers that drive the vehicles.
Thank you.
Thank you, Alder Smith. Okay, well, that was a lot of information, and I think I will work with our staff to follow up on the requests that came through the chair. And we look forward to updates on the planning process that you mentioned. And thank you and have a good evening. And now we will power on to the end of our workshop this evening. I see that our CAO and deputy CAO are staying here, which is great. And our new director of public works is coming forward. And even though you've done it already, most of you, names and addresses for the record.
Michael Gorney, 45 Jefferson Road, Frankfort, Connecticut.
Michael Siciliano, 89 Hummingbird Drive, Northford.
Rebecca Bondaro, 122 West Avenue, New Haven.
Regina Orfetto, 2 Front Street.
All right, moving on to slide number 40, gives an outline of the overall departmental budget, which in the mayor's proposed budget is, $16.8 million. Again, a lot of the positions are for public works are transferred over positions. So the refuse laborers, the mechanics, and the public space inspectors all transferred over to the public works department. So there wasn't a lot of change as far as that personnel. What was added, if you go to slide 43, is we did add 2 deputy director positions within public works, the deputy director of planning and administration, and deputy director of operations for the department. As far as the non-personnel piece goes, a lot of the non-personnel budget remains within the department itself. So one of the biggest costs is the transfer station, which was a slightly increase within the mayor's proposed budget. And we looked at a lot of the other areas within public works, such as refuse and recycling, and a couple of other areas. Those all remain pretty much status quo, moving over on the parks and public works side into the new budget, into the new Department of Public Works, or reestablished Department of Public Works. So with that, I'll turn it over to Michael to add to the proposed budget presentation.
Okay, thanks, Mike. So I wrote down some notes because I don't have a young brain like Becky here. So I'll talk on the department. We'll continue to provide and improve services to the residents of New Haven. One of the department's goals is to make the city streets safe and aesthetically enjoyable to travel.
We recently acquired the services of BoA Group. It's a pavement management service to establish baseline of road conditions. It's a road surface rating, which will greatly assist with road paving priorities and decision-making. We also recently purchased a new hot patch trailer. I don't know if you've seen it on the road. It's going to help modernize and replace one of the 2 antiquated hot boxes, allowing the staff to make better and permanent repairs. It'll hold 4-ton asphalt where the old ones only held 2. So where they were going back to the plants, and they're able to sometimes get through the day with the 4-ton, which is a great help. Recently filled vacancies. We're training, developing staff to allow the department to perform more functions in-house, basin installation, repairs, adding storm drains, et cetera, such as building and improving our infrastructure. I come from a construction background, and kind of my background was with Hamden Public Works. I was deputy director there for 13 years. My tenure there, we really took on construction in-house, a lot of drainage, infrastructure, repairs like that. And I'd really like to do it here in the city. And I think it would just help our infrastructure, being able to do all this stuff in-house. So that's the plan, manpower, allowing. We have a lot of other things going on with sweeping and, bulk pickups. So, but as, the space allows, that's what I plan and intend to do with the department. On the deputies, I think it's essential for the department to have good oversight and structure. These positions will assist the department head in organized day-to-day activities. The reorg will establish deputy structure like for DPW, like that of other similarly sized departments. It'll allow more productive planning, which will improve efficiency and increase innovation. Like I said, I was a deputy in Hamden for 13 years, and the department was probably half the size, and I know what my director had on his plate, and I know what I had on my plate. And coming here, I knew it would be, greater responsibility, and it surpassed what I thought. So, I spend, I'd say half my day responding to emails, dealing with staff issues, which come up every day, and resident phone calls. And, to me, even in Hamden, that was very, important to me, responding to the residents and dealing with issues and coming up with solutions for them. And there's just not enough time in the day. I'm getting pulled all over the place, let alone, dealing with the parks issues also. So it's a struggle, but I'm up to the challenge though, but I need some help. That's all I'm asking.
I believe that other than, and I would tell you, my laptop died, but there were a few license permits and fee changes. They were small increases within the budget as well for the department. But with that, Mr. Chair, I believe we conclude the Public Works portion of the presentation.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the city of New Haven. And now we'll take questions from committee members about the Department of Public Works. Alder Morrison.
Thank you. So just to get an understanding about the position request, because the mayor's proposed budget is looking to pull personnel from this department, you guys are now looking to get a couple of new people to be able to help you over here. So this change is not just putting us in a position to, Matt is getting along. I don't know how many positions that was that you all talked about in parks, but this move is putting us in a position to maybe adding on 10 new positions or something like that, because the Department of Public Works is being affected, and now you want to do a whole new, and this is really not to you, Michael, this is more so to both the CAO and deputy CAO in regards to the positions. Because it seems like tonight, all we're talking about these positions, structural wise, I don't hear any boots to the ground. So I'm just trying to wrap my head around the need. I heard exactly what you said. In your role, you're responding to, well, you can't even do the other stuff because you're doing a lot of this stuff. But I'm just looking at both Parks and Rec and DPW and the effect that this change or proposed change is really pushing it to have to have a lot of new hires. And the reality is, I mean, again, administratively, I get it. I know you need support, but at the same time, we need staff, we need people, we need stuff. So I don't know if you want to answer, I don't know if Ms. Rich Kittle wants to answer. I'm just trying to understand these needs.
So back in 2020, when the departments were merged, there was reductions in staff. What this seeks to do is separate that back out. So yes, they're restoring some of the previous positions. DPW is seeing 2, as you mentioned, the park side is seeing much more because of the revisioning there. But this reestablished structure that once existed and really gives it the focus that it needs. I think Mike Gormley talked about it a little in terms of the cost drivers, but we're seeing a huge crisis on the horizon for waste management, which is going to require a lot of thinking and planning to be ready for, as you know, the peaking plants that burn our trash are closing, and you know, places to send the trash are running out. The cost per ton is increasing. You know, Alder-Punzer has been appointed. We have a working group with the Solid Waste Authority. We're thinking a lot about these things. But before those things get bad, we want to make sure that we're on a good footing. So this gives the structure necessary to keep DPW functioning, you know, boots on the ground. We've got the, you know, if we don't have to deal with comp vacancies, and kudos to Mike and his team over at Risk Management. They're doing a great job of reducing the number of long-time vacancies, working with their management team and with HR in terms of our return to work policy, getting, you know, long-term positions vacant so that we can fill them with new bodies. As Mike mentioned, I think we're almost net zero in terms of vacancies, which is terrific, and that'll allow them to do projects. So this is, while it says 2 new positions, it's kind of a status quo budget.
Okay. Again, it's late. You guys are asking for a lot. So I hear you. One other thing that I have a question about, because I get this from residents. There's some change in bulk trash. There's the word on street lane. There's a change in bulk trash, people being able to utilize bulk trash, getting a free bulk trash. Is that true? Where I live, we have to pay for all our stuff, so I don't know nothing about it.
So bulk trash, we've moved to a rolling schedule instead of, you know, everybody having to rush in when you post your calendar once a month. We add the dates as they fill up, so it's a rolling schedule. There'll be a little hiccups on that when we get to paving, because we suspend bulk trash when we do paving, because we have to have a lot of guys in the field flagging and closing roads and managing those contracts. So we suspend so we can keep our street sweeping going. We did update the flyer with picture graphics to help people really understand what that 750 pounds is, because there was a lot of abuse as it related to over, booking, and everybody and their brother, put an entire house on the corner. And it's really not for that, it's for when you're getting rid of your couch and, or you're cleaning out the attic. 750 pounds, which we advertise. We don't charge you for overage fees until you exceed 1,000. It's hard to tell, what 750 pounds is, not every couch is created equal. A 1970 couch is a lot heavier than the couch from IKEA from, 2 years ago. So those are the changes. One, the efficiency for scheduling, so it rotates through. So when a day, we group them by neighborhood. So say, the schedule for the Hill filled up. Okay, we're going to add the next day available in the Hill. The next date that filled up is the Heights. So we're going to add the Heights. So it rolls through, still balancing it. But instead of everybody rushing to call on the Tuesday when the schedule comes out, we're doing that rolling schedule.
So I guess for me, the question or the comment that I continue to get from residents, again, my stuff is private, so we pay for that through the condo way. But people are saying that they're now being charged. Like they used to get, what is the bulk trash? I guess I should ask you. Do you get free bulk trash every year? Do people still get that?
Residents, owner occupied or coordinated through the owner, so because there's one per address, they get one free bulk trash per year.
So that's still in place?
Yeah.
Okay.
They get overage charges if they exceed the ordinance allowed pickup, and if there's a second, then they get a charge. If there's already, say your tenant 2 when somebody already hit for that address that year, that charge would apply because each address gets one free pickup per year.
Okay, the address gets one free pickup. Okay, because again, looking at it from a financial perspective and how that affects the residents, they're telling me that they're being charged now for bulk pickup, but that provides a little clarity.
And it's definitely something we should discuss because it's supply and demand. There's only so many bulk trashes pickups we can do in a year, and we can't do one per address or per residence. So it's the third rail. We've had fees for it. We haven't, but the demand for it exceeds the supply. We do give coupons. Anybody with registered address in New Haven can get coupons for the transfer station. They can go rent that cargo van, not the huge, moving trucks, but they can go rent the cargo van and go up at their leisure for the dump. I think the coupon packet's 6 vouchers for the year. So.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Morrison. I have Alder Festus and Alder Smith and Alder Through.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you mentioned you filled vacancies, right? So how many vacancies were filled and how many are still vacant?
I think you filled the last 4 since January 1.
4, okay. So there's 4, and right now there's no vacancies.
So we're
in the garage.
Oh, correct, 1 mechanic.
So we only have 1 vacancy open in DPW.
Correct.
Okay, that's great. I know you're filling some big shoes because Jeff Pescazolito was around for a long time, and he was great. And I do appreciate you saying your communication with residents is important. And I know you've been responsive. I could at least speak for myself, so I appreciate that. It's just a shame we went without somebody for 8 months, but that's not your problem. So that's great that we only have 1 vacancy left, but you mentioned something about you'd like to bring something in-house. What would, like the sewer drainage? How is it being done now? How do we handle those situations?
Most of them are subcontracted. There's, I believe, an on-call, which is laden. So it goes through engineering and, you know, we've got a catch basin that's collapsed. Call engineering, they call the contractor, where I'd like to be able to respond in-house.
So if we respond in-house though, isn't that going to be more costly for us versus contracting it out? And I only say that because, no? So bringing it in-house would actually save us money?
Absolutely. Yep.
And we have the equipment.
We're already paying the staff. So.
We have staff
Sure.
here that does it?
Yeah, we have capable bodies.
Oh, we have capable bodies, we
Correct.
just don't do it.
Correct.
And we don't do it why?
So when we're short-staffed or when we have a lot of people out on comp, then, you know, our three priorities are filling all the spots at refuse, because number one priority is picking up everybody's trash. Number two priority is those scheduled bulk pickups, and street sweeping. We try to balance the two of them. You know, sometimes you have to cancel bulk, sometimes you have to cancel street sweeping. But ideally, we're fully staffed. When we're fully staffed, we can then cover all of our snow routes, and that is what our staffing level is set to, which gives us some excess capacity for projects in the summer when we're fully staffed and don't have an overabundance of folks out on injury.
Okay, thank you for that. And I mean, I only ask because sometimes contracting is cheaper than bringing it in-house. Obviously, it depends what it is that we're doing, because we have to pay salary, benefits, you know, et cetera. So.
And our staffing level is set for our emergency operations. So.
Okay. And then just one final question, and it's dealing with illegal dumping, because that takes resources away from, you know, doing a task, an everyday task. So now you get a call, there's illegal dumping, you have to send a crew out. Is there any talk, and I know we did discuss it maybe in last year's budget, about putting cameras up at locations that are common for dumping? What is that plan?
So we did purchase 2 trail cams recently and put them at 2 locations that we had consistent dumping of tires. And since we put them up, no one has dumped.
No one has dumped
So-
because there's signage that says
No,
there's
there's
camera,
no
or it's
signage.
because people are not going to dump yet?
I don't know if they see them but they're up, you know, on a pole where it's not easy to notice. I don't know if it's
Did all the
coincidental.
dumpers hear that out there? But okay, so you only purchased 2 cameras, but we have more than 2 locations, or more than 1 location. Obviously, you want to put a camera at the entrance and exit so you can see, but.
We try to place them at the more frequent locations, and so far we haven't caught anyone.
Is there a plan to purchase more and place them permanently in other locations?
So what we're doing instead is we're crowdsourcing camera footage. We've done it on Lloyd Street already and a couple other places where we catch enough of the vehicle with the load that's being dumped. And then we're able to use the network of police cameras and the timestamps to identify those vehicles. They have a couple of, you know, very good leads on these. I have not had the arrest notifications yet, but I know, especially on the Lloyd Street boat launch, it is a frequent sight. The business there has a camera that catches just enough of the make, model, and time that then the Chapel Street cameras, something in the area, catches that same car around the same time, and voila, they're on their way.
Okay. You know, I don't want to dwell on this because there's 30 of us on this board, and I'm sure each one of us have a camera placed for dumping. But what determines where? Is it see, click, fix along with complaints and calls that you get as to where they get placed?
Yeah, I think it's when we get the calls on the more frequent locations that, you know, this is a spot that they're using, and you know, we try to, I mean, it's happening all over. It's not isolated to New Haven, believe me. I dealt with this in Hamden also, and we did the same thing. We put the cameras up, you know, and we've caught people, and I'm thinking we're gonna catch people there too, and I hope we do.
Well, I look forward to hearing more on how it's working at a later date. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Preston. Alder Smith and then Alder Furlow.
Thank you. I want to say thank you for the job and what you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
I'm so happy to see the Deputy Director of Operations is a much needed position to control the operation portion of what's happening in the department. But my biggest concern is this code enforcement, which is very passionate about. Serving that position for over 20 years. We should be finished with educating. It's time to enforce on these violations where we have toters that's left out, illegal bulk trash that's out, trip and falls in which that we do have, in which that are not being addressed. And I believe one of the reasons why they're not being addressed or being enforced is because there is no more enforcement officer,
Hearing officer?
Hearing officer, thank you, Mr. Chair. What are we doing in regards to a hearing officer? And I know if there's not a hearing officer, the Director of Public Works have that opportunity to hear these different issues. Code enforcement brings in lots of revenue. And I know that personally for a fact that they bring in lots of revenue. 5 years ago, I was the only code enforcement officer that dealt with the whole city, and I brought in a lot of revenue. Right now, you have, I believe, three code enforcement officers, and no revenue is being brought in. That's a problem. And I think we would like to see a lot more that's coming from that. Education portion should be over by now, and time to start doing some enforcement.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Smith.
We'll get the exact number, but there has been revenue, not significant, but there are definitely citations that are being issued and paid.
I would love to know what it is. I know when I was there, I brought in over 100,000 in just 3 weeks. So yes, paid for a couple of salaries. So I'm pretty sure we can do a lot better with 3 people.
We would be grateful for that information, Deputy CAO, and we will follow up on that. Thank you, Alder Smith. Alder Furlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm scared to ask after my colleague from the 30th Ward. So, welcome, Director, to the great city of New Haven. I'm really excited about the pavement management, the PMP, and I think that's going to really do just bring us to a whole nother level in getting our streets paved. The question I have is regarding the materials and supplies. I'm sorry I don't have the number from last year, but it's almost $1 million this year. Could you just give us a high level of what this includes? Materials and supplies at $868,000.
Correct, yes. Majority of that is parts for vehicle repairs. So, yeah, salt does, yeah.
And I imagine there's probably an increase in salt and sand that's been projected for this coming year, which would tremendously raise the price, I would imagine.
Salt's slight increase, vehicle parts is your real driver.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Alder Furlow. Alder Ferraro, second.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank you, Mr. Siciliano, for being here. You've been very attentive. I also want to say whatever I've emailed you, you responded right away. And that hasn't happened for many departments. So I truly appreciate that. One of the things is I think the ability to bring in-house services, like you said, something that could be done. I know that we also did a lot of street paving in-house before sidewalk repairs. We did in-house to save money when we had a smaller budget for sidewalks. Is that a possibility again?
So I was actually on Hamden's sidewalk crew in the 90s, and we did it 2 seasons. That was one thing that wasn't worth doing in-house. It's a highly skilled trade and highly hard job, and you don't get a lot of employees that want to do it. So I was changing crews every other week, and so I would train one crew and they'd see how hard the work is and they bail. And now here I am starting all over again. And the town just realized this wasn't worth doing. And,
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that because no one really said why we're not doing it again. I just know that they did it for a while and then they stopped doing it and were contracting out.
Right. That wasn't cost effective. Doing sidewalks in-house. In-house, we do some smaller repairs though, to make safe and until, contractors can get to them.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Alder Ferraro Santana. Any further questions from colleagues for our Director of Public Works and our colleagues from the Chief Administrator's Office? Questions about the budget proposal for the Department of Public Works? Seeing none, we thank you for your time, and you are dismissed.
Thank you.
Shall see you again. We are certain.
It's actually stretching. Thank you.
So, that concludes the final departmental workshop for this evening. And just by way of announcement, I want to let everybody know that next week we get a bit of a breather. There's no budget meeting next week. Our next time together will be on Monday, April 8th, when we'll hear from our Chief Administrative Officer again, engineering, the enterprise funds, and public safety communications. Monday the 8th is also our monthly meeting, so there'll be some business items likely, including transfer requests from police and fire to pay for overtime for the current fiscal year, and whatever else we might need to be dealing with. And that week is a busy week because Monday the 8th is our monthly meeting, and then on Thursday the 11th, that is the Economic Development Group, which includes LCI, which includes, and also that day we will have the Board of Education. So the 11th of April is going to be a very busy night for us. But no budget meetings next week. Having said that, a motion to adjourn is appropriate.
So moved. Second.
The motion's been made and seconded. Any discussion on the motion to adjourn? Seeing none. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. The motion carries. We are adjourned.
Good night.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yeah, no, it kept saying call, so I think somebody kept. Oh, it's, it kept saying call.
That's right. You get it better, you get it better. That's right. I get the right people in here.
For what?
We don't have good life. I think the whole place doesn't need to be separated, but they don't need all those positions. No, they don't. They don't need those positions. No, I thought that was my phone.
You would've gone.
And I would have been back up here. No, you would have been running out there to give me my phone.
Probably.
Overshoot, overshoot. Where you going? Get over here.
Well, that's good for you.
Now back out in the cold. I don't know if I can be spring.
I'm gonna use the restroom.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use the restroom.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good
night. You're quiet over there in your corner.
Yeah.
Absorbing it all.
Well, because, believe me,
I'm sure.
I've seen a lot, but more on a positive than a negative. I have to be very honest about my area.
With what, parks?
The crew I have down there work like.
Do you know how many times I had to call and say, there's a soccer game tomorrow and the field is not striped?
I would love to help, so that way you can get one.
The refs will cancel the game if the fields are not striped, and that's not fair. So Jack was great because I would call. He's like, I'll do it. I'll go and do it myself.
Do I think the parks needs to be reorganized? Yes, reorganize it. Absolutely. The right people.
With the right people. That's me. Sorry. You don't know what they're doing.
I'm gonna stay at my work.
Thank you.
Other night down, which is good.
No, keep it out of the car.
Oh, it
That goes last.
That goes last, okay. What do we put in next then?
Because the other box goes in first because it fits.
Okay. You gotta put all the books in it.
I have left, thank God.
Like if you were making it up.
Yeah, so you're, what commission or board are you on? WPC, Port Authority? So you automatic affairs, you have to come before automatic affairs.
Over there.
Talk to you, and then they pass the name. But if you've already been in it, they make the chair make the check and say, you don't have a comment. So that's what that is, and letting us know, yeah, that you've been.
Chair Marchand, do you want your book or do you want us to?
Well, the mayor is looking to appoint you, they're letting us know.
That big one? Oh, I thought it was yours, I'm sorry.
No, I don't think that's all the
Process.
I just have the glasses and the paper and
Okay.
and the coat.
Are you taking your book with you or would you like us to box it and hold it?
I take it.
Okay,
He takes it.
that's all.
He actually reads it.
I'm trying to read it.
We're impressed. We're very impressed.
He's not. Huh?
Which one, just, okay.
Yeah. This is my recycle pile.
All right, so now with the box, go on top of the box? Okay.
You guys later. Have a good-
Absolutely.
That's
That's nice and easy. Do I just drive it into the back? I think or do.
Al left. Al was not here?
I haven't seen him yet.
He was here briefly and then he was gone.
Oh, okay.
Who's that?
Al.
Yeah.
He came out for a little bit. Take your time. Oh, I'm a drover. I have a knot in my back that never goes away. It's my brother.
right.